Okay, so in this chapter, we're going to talk a little bit about idea generation, inspiration, gathering references, and a lot of the prep work and understanding how we're going to build this kit, right? And I think this is a very extremely important process because this is going to really set the tone and the base on your process and sort of come up with a game plan or a process that you can just follow and get through the project. Now, the idea that we want to build is really this kit that has this medieval Asia sort of look. And we're going for a little bit more on the stylized sort of effect. We don't want to go super realistic with it, with super realistic noisy textures. We want to go a little bit more on the painterly style and playing with the shapes and all that, but still have a lot of the realistic look to it as well. So it's going to be sort of like an in-between between the two. And so the way that we want to start this, we want to, I like to be extremely simple with the idea and start very simple. And we're going to talk a little bit about that with the gathering of references as well. And so the idea again is this medieval Asia, and I have two sort of groups here of both of these worlds, right? And what I'm looking for as I'm gathering some of these references is what are some of the things that really I can literally, and with function as well, extract from each of these two, right? Depending on what your idea is, of course. And in this case, medieval, when I'm looking at some of the references, and this is not just the reference that I have, but this is a pretty good representation of what I'm looking for. Is I'm looking for specifics, right? So, for example, the way they divide these walls with these two materials, right? This either stucco or concrete with the wood, right, and the angles, right? The sort of the multi-level sort of floors here, the way the have the shape of the roofs, right? The materials that they have, there's a lot of wood here. These arches, the square windows. Also, they have a lot of the sort of base stone, which I really like. So I like that pattern of having the base first floor having stone, and then on top of that just being sort of like wood or stucco. The same here with the arches. You have one building on the right, one building on the left. There's sort of like bridge on top, right? I really like that. And so I'm looking for those specifics and making notes either on a notebook or in my mind or however is easy for you. But I'm sort of thinking about those things and how can I incorporate them and mix them with my other idea, which is the Asian. And so there's some things here. Now we don't want to go too on the not modern, but like for example, when I look at this tube going down here, this sort of drain, I do like it in here in the medieval, but I don't like seeing, but I don't want to have that specific aspect in my own case. So that's an aspect that I look at it. I like it here on the medieval, but it may not work on my final idea, right? The same thing with like the super stony ground here. That's something that it is okay to have a little bit, but I want to have more of the natural ground as well. And so I'm always looking at those specific things, right? So how they do that. Now, if you go to the Asian, we have, of course, the roof tiling and, the sort of like angled, curved roofs here, the multi-level roofs that they have on the saying. I really, really love that. In terms of material, they have sort of like the very similar way they set up the materials, which I like. I like the big, round shapes here, which are very, very Asian-like. And also, when we look at the other reference, they're gonna have a lot of intricate details and patterns on like the windows and doors and some of the structurals as well. And so I'm already thinking, that they can be mixed really easy and well because they have a lot of similarities. But I want to extract the uniqueness of both of these and then sort of mix them together, right? And so I have some references here. Now, when talking about references and gathering references, I'm very careful about how much reference I get because a lot of the times I think we end up with too much and it becomes very confusing. And so I want to be careful about the references that I take and their purpose specifically, right? So there are some references that I pick for general mood. There's some references that I pick for architectural details, or there are some references that I pick for lighting or that sort of thing, right? And so I want to be conscious about how I am gathering those references, right? And in this case, this images here, most of these are for sort of architectural setup and inspiration. And, except probably this one, this is a very sort of like mood picture here, but I like what's happening with the building and the little bridge, and there's like this sort of like other floor up here that has this walkways and balconies here, which is kind of cool, which I can see for architectural stuff. But the way they have set up some of these buildings, like singular buildings, the stone on the bottom, the wood on the top, the multi-level here. I like this because it shows props and all that architectural stuff, which is it's going to be a cool way to set something up similar to this as well, and this one here. And so I want to be conscious about it. And another type of reference that I like is more individual parts, right? So lanterns, props, shapes, patterns that fit the theme. I like how they set up the roof here. And one of the main things that I'm really looking for in this type of reference is trying to understand how they build things, especially with architectural stuff, right? And so when I look at this image here, I'm really, really trying to dissect. If I were to build this in 3D, I would try to think of it as if I was going to build it in actual real life, right? So there's a lot of stuff going on in here that we don't see through this image, like all the layering of the different materials, right? And so when I look at, for example, one of these pictures here, I'm trying to understand how they actually were able to put this roof tile on top. So there's a lot of stuff underneath, and the same thing goes with columns and doors and the actual architecture of it. And so in a way, I'm trying to understand architecture and how I'm going to actually build it in real life, because if I translate that into my 3D, it's going to look more believable, and I think people will be able to relate to it a little bit more, right? Because it's going to look like, yeah, that could actually, subconsciously, people are going to look at it, and it's going to be believable that, it could be actually a thing, right? And so when I'm looking for these individual references, it's very important that I try to understand how it is actually being built, right? So all this layer of this wood and how the windows and all that are actually fit into that. And, that could be a very long process of learning. But the more you do it and the more you have that mindset of trying to understand how things are built, is going to help you a lot with, especially with architectural stuff. And so I'm always looking for those little details on this type of references. Now, another very important thing is, especially with the references, is as I'm gathering references, I am looking for my level 1, 2, and 3 assets. And what those are is, let me go through, let me find a picture here. I'm actually going to copy this and paste this here. So I want to explain a little bit of this level 1, 2, and 3, because this is going to be part of the actual course. And so let's grab a quick, And I'm just gonna put a quick layer on top, really visible, right? So we have this building, right? And what I mean by level 1, 2, and 3 assets is that I want to look at some of the parts of the building. So let's take, for example, let's say this section here, right? And in my mind, I am reverse sort of engineer or deconstructing how this was built into more simple singular items, right? So I know there's a column here. Let's make it like this, right? So it'll be a level 1 asset, right? I have this sort of detail here on the corners. That's another level 1 assets. And so level 1 assets are very simple one-time sort of like items, right? So a piece of wood, right? It could be the let's say the half of this sort of railing shape design. It could be this panel of window. That's level 1 asset. It could be actually just this sort of sign or the column. It could be a piece of, or a couple of pieces of brick or stone, right? That's my level 1. And level 2 will be something a little bit more complex. So level 2 could be the actual joint of 2 columns and the railing. That's a level 2. It could be this sort of piece of wood that it's combined with all these planks and this plank here. That's a level 2. It could be this other panel here. That's another level 2. It could be this part here. That's another level 2, right? So, or it could be something, like this, right? And so now level 3 is a little bit even more complicated. So it could be this whole section here. That will be my level 3. Or this piece of wall here, that could be my level 3. It could be this whole roof part here. That could be another level 3, right? And, we could take this level 4, level 5, but we're going to keep it to 3 levels, right? Level 1, 2, and 3. And you're going to see that as we're going to start building a kit. But this is very important because this is going to really, especially when you're starting to build kits, this really helps a lot with taking one step at a time and not be overwhelmed by, I gotta make this whole building and I don't even know where to start. Well, if you don't know, let's just start by level 1 assets, right? Let's make a column. Let's make a design for the corners, or let's make a couple pieces of wood, and let's make another railing or a piece of stairs, right? And once you have that, then you can start mixing those up, and then now I can start creating something a little bit more complicated, and then it's sort of like a snowball effect where it's going to really take off as the more you make as a base for the level 1 and 2 assets, right? And so that's sort of the idea behind it. Now you're going to hear me talk a lot about that because we're going to go through that process during this workshop. But every time I'm talking about level 1, level 2, level 3 assets, that's exactly what I mean, right? And when you start thinking it that way, I can look at a very complex building like this, for example, right? And it doesn't seem intimidating anymore because I can break it up into parts. And I know I can build it because if I know I can build a piece of railing, I know I can build a piece of wall or a piece of cloth or a banner or a door or a 1-story building or 2-story building, a tower, and so on and so forth, right? And so it's very important to me to break it up that way every time I see a reference like this. And not only that, but that's going to actually give me my base for a list of things that I'm going to start building with this kit, right? So there is a lot of, and I'm going to write here, I'm using PureRef here, and there is a lot of things that we're gonna use for building, right? But there's always things that get repeated that are always there. So, for example, pieces of wall, stairs, roof, railings, things of that nature are most prevalent on pretty much every environment, because those are very functional things that we need in order to build an environment, right? And in this case, something very architectural like this, for sure we're gonna have stairs, for sure we're gonna have columns and things like that, right? So that, seeing it that way and deconstructing my references and the architectural parts of it are gonna really start making my list, right? So I can say, for example, I know, and usually I actually do this. I have a notepad, and every time we start a new kit, I start making notes, and I literally make a list. And so let's say I need some stepstones, and that will help me build a couple stairs. I need pieces of wood. So I like to do maybe 2, 3, just so I can have a little bit of variety in there. We're gonna have some tallable textures, and we're gonna have some roof tiles, some details, right? And so I can start this list, and sometimes if I'm not really sure where to start, I can just look at this list and I know, okay, I need some stepstones. So that gives me a very clear thing to do, and I can just go ahead and do it. And as I'm doing it, then I guess I can get starting on getting more ideas for even more pieces of assets, right? So to me, a visual list is very important. I do it all the time, and that really helps me sort of starting with the process of creating the kit. Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about this, because just to give you a warning, is that when we talk about level 1, level 3 assets and level 2 assets, this process of making a whole kit is it has its pros and cons, right? And one of the cons is that when you're making your level 1 assets, right, which is your very single items or assets, right? It's kind of boring, right? Because you're just making a piece of wood, you're just making a piece of stone, or a cloth that you don't really have anything for at the moment, right? But I want you to really think about, as you're making your level 1 assets, about your level 3, because once we get to level 2, level 3, everything is going to really come into play. So we really have to go through this process, which is going to be the most boring one, but it's going to really set up the base of your kit. Now, can you make level 3 assets right off the bat from the beginning? Yes, you can, right? But I like to, if I have the time for the project, I like to go from level 1, 2, and 3, because if I have a level 3 asset, right, which let's say like a whole house, and it has like props and all this stuff, right? Now I have to deconstruct this if I need those pieces in order to build something else. But if I have all my materials separate, I can really just play construction here and really be more creative into how I'm going to mix these pieces to create something new, right? And then I have even more options to create more things, because I have all the pieces individually. In here, I'm pretty much strained by just having this one piece, and if I need pieces like that, I have to break it up. But I like having the individual pieces, very similar to if I was going to build something in real life, let's say with like Legos or something. I like to start with the singular pieces and then build from there, because I can play with my creativity a little bit better. And so that's sort of the idea behind that concept of level 1, level 2, and level 3 assets. Now, when we're making kits, I have this little 2 unique image here, just as a references here. When making kits, especially if you're trying to, give them away or sell them, or have them out, not for a specific project like a client or something, we don't want to go too unique, because then we're really bound by the design of it, and so you cannot really use it too much afterwards because it is too unique of a design, right? And so the ideal is to have a kit that you can reuse and reuse and reuse, with very minimal edits for other projects, right? So if I have a piece of wood or a piece of, let's say like a piece of wall that has some sort of design, right? Let's make this something very simple here. Right, let's say this is stone here and then some wood here, right? And I have all these pieces, right? I can change the color, I can change the arrangement of the pieces of wood, right? Or change the arrangement of the stone and change maybe the color a little bit, and I can reuse those because they're not in their design, they're not very unique. And so we're gonna try to, for every kit, to really just not have a very unique section of the design. That way we can sort of reuse that, because that's really one of the pros of having kits. And the more you build, the more options you're gonna have. Is that you can reuse parts of it or some of it to create even new stuff for other projects as well. So that's sort of the idea. Now we already have the main idea, which is our medieval edge set of kit. In terms of gathering references, there's really not the perfect place to find them. Google, Pinterest, Shotdeck, that sort of thing. It's not that big of a deal. I like to use PureRef a lot because it gives me this infinity set of canvas, and I can organize my notes and sort of organize the references as I need them, and I can add and remove and export and all that. So I like using PureRef. You don't have to. And then in terms of prep work, then we talk a little bit about the list, right? The reference is going to give us a starting point for a list to start modeling our singular items and assets as well. So that's sort of the idea behind this. Once you have this, and we can really just go into Blender or whatever your 3D software of choice, and then really just start building your level 1 assets. All right.
It's time to make some flags. We're starting off with a rectangle at a 1:2 ratio. The goal is to keep the edges evenly distributed. I'm using a subdivision modifier and setting it to simple. This keeps it from smoothing the geometry and creates a clean grid. Now we have some nice clean geometry. I'm going to use the knife tool to slice it up and get some shape. Then I'll manually select these faces and delete them so that we can have that sharper edge of our flag to give it a bit of style. Now, later on, if we create a cloth simulation with this geometry, it'll allow it to have a more smooth and natural movement because the geometry is evenly distributed. Now I'm creating a cylinder that I'm going to match to the width of the flag below. I'm also going to add the appropriate amount of edges so it matches up with the edges on that flag. This is the part of the flag that's going to be wrapping around the flag pole to hold it on. When you add an edge loop, if you scroll with the middle mouse wheel, it will add additional edge loops. So I scrolled until it reached 6. Here you can see I'm using an array modifier to duplicate these flags. That's the least destructive workflow because you can control their placement using just sliders. Now I'm selecting an edge ring on this object and hitting Ctrl-D to duplicate it. Then I hit P on the keyboard to separate it based on my selection. This creates a new object. From here, I continue to model the flagpole to give it a more interesting design. I'm setting a pivot in the middle of our flag objects. Then I'll add a mirror modifier, and this will allow me to mirror it evenly over that center point. Next, I'm going to auto smooth these so that when it comes time to texture, we have nice smooth normals. Right now you can see that there's hard edges. Here I ran into a little bit of a geometry issue where I see that they are overlapping. That's a quick and simple fix. All you have to do is go to vertex mode and merge, and it will merge those back together. I add some bevels to get a smoother transition in that area. And mirror it over again. This asset is now ready to be UV'd and textured. Up next, we are making beams and braces. This object is going to be really simple. We're creating a rectangular cube as a base mesh. Then we're adding a bevel modifier to smooth out the edges. The modifier makes it extra easy to make subtle adjustments. Lastly, I set the normals to shade smooth. From this initial beam, we create the 90-degree brace. I start by selecting the face I want to break off. I hit Shift-D to duplicate this face. With this face still selected, I hit P on the keyboard and choose Separate Selected. I then scale this plane slightly larger, which will allow it to encompass the beam. From there, I extrude the face up by hitting the E key on my keyboard. I then hit Z key, which snaps it to the Z axis. Now I duplicate and rotate this cube as a placeholder to get a base shape for the 90-degree bend. I want to give this brace some design, so I add some edge loops, which will allow me to extrude more faces. I tweak the edge loops until they are in a desired location. After extruding out to the new shape, I select the edges I want to bevel. I right-click the screen and select Bevel Edges. I then use my mouse scroll wheel to increase the amount of edges in the bevel. I add enough to create a visually smooth transition, but not too many, keeping in mind this is a low poly asset. I continue to extrude details to mimic a medieval style. Here, I set the cursor by holding down Shift, Control, and right-click at the same time. My snapping mode is set to verts. This allows me to snap the cursor to the vert I hover over. When you create a new object, its origin will be at the 3D cursor. Now I create a cylinder. I'm placing it on the brace where I want the shape to be cut out. Now on the brace object, I add a Boolean modifier. I select the cylinder as the Boolean object. When you turn off the cylinder's visibility in the outliner, you can see the shape cut out of the brace. Content with this cut, I apply the modifier, allowing me to continue modeling the brace shape. Here I work on cleaning up the topology. I cut the object in half, which allows me to do half the work. I will mirror it over once I'm done. While cleaning up the topology, my end goal is to have only quads and tris. You will also see I have a subdivision modifier. This is just a temporary tool I turn on and off to help me find any topology issues. When smooth, it will reveal any overlapping faces or unmerged verts. I assigned this modifier's visibility to a hotkey, so it can be quickly toggled on and off. I now add a mirror modifier. I now add more bevels to the sharp edges to improve the design. This created some issues with my edges. I select all the issue verts and hit M key on the keyboard. I then select Merge at center. Next, I duplicate and position the shape to get an idea of how it will look in the end. Satisfied, I prepare the brace to be duplicated and rotated into its final form. I had previously set the cursor to the point in which I want this shape to be rotated and positioned from. Having the transform here allows me to reassemble it in the correct location. With both selected, I right-click and join. Then I merge the verts. I apply the mirror modifiers and continue to model out the empty space. I vert snap to get the final edges aligned. Once again, I cut the object in half, so I can work on a smaller portion. Here, I'm testing to see how the brace looks on the beams, and continue to refine the design with bevels. I'm noticing the brace looks thin and weak compared to the thickness of the beams, so my next goal is to add some structural integrity to the design. I select faces and then I hit I key on the keyboard to inset. Then I clean up the topology. Now I select the face ring, right-click and select Extrude based on normal. With this added detail, I continue to refine the design. With this extra thickness, the piece looks a bit stronger. I now set the brace's normals to smooth. Then I turn on auto smooth and set an angle. This gives it an angle-based range. redo, redo, redo. I now set the brace's normals to smooth. Then I turn on auto smooth and set an angle. This gives it an angle-based range for which edges should be sharp and which edges should be smooth. At this point, I still feel the brace is looking flimsy, so I add additional support structure. After I'm satisfied with the design, I do the final mirroring. I add some metal rivets for detail. With an array modifier, I duplicate these evenly along the surface. With everything done, I rotate the final piece into place. Switching over to ZBrush, we are now going to sculpt stone blocks. I'm starting with a Dinosphere. On the right, you can see a tool menu called Deformation. Everyone's experience is different, but I feel it often goes unnoticed. It can be a quick way to achieve cool effects. I'm going to first use it to flatten the sides of this sphere, to create a cube. It produces a very clean result. I then use the mirror tool to flip the object. I have this located at the bottom of my screen. ZBrush mirrors from left to right, so I make sure the side I want to mirror is on the left. Next, I use Mirror and Weld to make the objects symmetrical. These mirror tools both have options for which axis they are going to mirror on. On the right side of the button, you can click to select X, Y, or Z planes. I quickly show what the Twist Deformer does. We don't need it for this block, but I recommend messing around with each deformer to get an idea of what can be achieved. These tools can help increase the speed of your workflow. While modeling, I have Dynamesh enabled. You can see this at the bottom left of my screen. I recommend watching tutorials, specifically on Dynamesh, as this is the fastest way to model and control your topology. When I drag my mask on the screen, not on the object, it will use Dynamesh to resample the object's topology. This tool essentially lays over a new blanket of quads, evenly distributed on the shape, replacing the old. I continuously use this while sculpting to keep the topology clean and not stretched or pinched. There is a resolution slider that can control how many faces will be used to cover the mesh. This next tip is pretty useful. It can be difficult to sculpt on sharp edges because the brush will follow the normals of one side or the other. I use polish in the deformation menu to smooth out the sharp edges. This gives much more control when using a brush to chip away the shape. To get these edges chipped away faster, I'm using symmetry to start, along with the Trim Dynamic brush. Now I turn off symmetry so I can create more natural looking variations in the block edges. I'm taking advantage of my Wacom brush pressure sensitivity to control the variation in my strokes. This feels like it's looking pretty good for the default block. So now I duplicate it to make more variations. I'm using the skew option in the deformation menu. In the viewport, you will see a small axis near my object. This represents the center point for the deformers. If you move your object around, it will allow for different effects. I then mask out half of my mesh to keep it from being affected by the deformer. Then I apply the skew deformer. Some topology issues were created, but they are fairly easy to fix. I reduced the resolution of my Dynamesh because it's easier to smooth an object with lower polys. Now I smooth the overlapping areas. These issues have now been removed, so I increase the resolution and remesh the object. I then duplicate, rotate, combine the subtools to one mesh, and again hit Dynamesh. This produces an interesting crack detail. From here, I continue to sculpt and refine the shape. I just selected Orb Crack Brush. This brush can be found and downloaded for free on the internet. It does a great job at creating sharp cracks, especially for stylized low poly sculpting. Now that I'm done sculpting this block, I use a tool called Clay Polish. I find it really useful for stylized assets. It finds all the sharp edges and pinches them to make them sharper. At the same time, it smooths out high-frequency details, which are often less present in low-poly sculpts. Satisfied with this shape, I duplicate it to make another variant. Starting with a more detailed object provides a better head start. I duplicate it again and tweak its position, intending to merge the two. Now that it's one object, I resume sculpting it to create variations. Here, I'm using the mask tool to isolate areas. This is a useful way to create sharper, more bold features. With this final block, I want to break it up into multiple pieces. It will represent a block that has been more weathered or damaged. Also, it will provide smaller chunks to use for the kit. I'm done with sculpting the main shapes. Next step is for me to add high-frequency details. I reposition the blocks so I have some space to work with in between them. Then I merge them all into one subtool so I can edit them at once. I'm going to use a concrete-based alpha to stamp these details into the high poly sculpt. I keep them subtle. When it comes time to texture, I will apply techniques that help these details pop. Now we have our final kit of stones. Each one having 6 different faces gives us a lot of variation when it comes time to build things. Just rotating can make it look like an entirely new block. The final step in this process is to create low poly versions, which we will bake to. I start by going to Z Plugins and select Decimation Master. I select Pre-Process Current. A minute later, this object is processed and ready to be decimated. I recommend watching additional videos specifically on Decimation Master for better understanding. My goal here is to reduce the amount of faces for the high poly, because currently it has more detail than needed and will create a large file size when exported. I go back to the plugin and choose to decimate it by 20%. This way, it reduces the total faces, but it still maintains all the details. Now I have my final high poly model, and I name it as such. I then duplicate this object to create our low poly version. Again, I pre-process in Decimation Master. For the low poly version, details are not important. They will be baked back in later. The goal is to get the mesh as low poly as possible while still maintaining the silhouette of the original object. I test various percentages, going lower and lower until I reach a result I like. I keep an eye on the smaller pieces. Due to their size, they will be the first ones to start to lose detail. Once satisfied with the smaller pieces, I mask them out and once again pre-process current. This will only process the unmasked meshes. Since they are larger, they can still be reduced farther. I continue to reduce their poly count until I reach the desired resolution. These meshes next will be exported from ZBrush. From there, they will be UV'd, baked, and textured. The vase. Next up is the vase. Again, this will be created in ZBrush. I wanted to feature radial symmetry. It's a pretty fun, satisfying setting to use. You can find it in the Transform menu, below the Active Symmetry button. Firstly, you can choose the axis you want it to affect. I choose Y-axis. Secondly, you can choose how many brushes you want emulated along that radius. I'm starting with a high number to sculpt in the base shape. This will treat the mesh similar to clay on a pottery wheel. With the base shape made, I grab the orb crack brush to sharpen up some details. I also use clay buildup brush to refine the shape. At this point, I wanted to challenge myself a bit and decided to sculpt in a spiral cloud pattern. I reduced the radial brush to 6 points. This gave me some space to create the design. At the same time, it allowed me to only do 1/6 the amount of work. I use OrbCrack to sketch in the base design. With the design laid out, I then start cutting away some details to make the clouds more of a 3D effect. I add material on the clouds themselves to define their shapes. With these shapes fleshed out, I use OrbCrack brush again to sharpen their details. With Trim Dynamic, I start flattening out bumpy areas into smoother planes. This gives an object more of a handmade style in the end, rather than using smooth brush to flatten things out. For curved areas I can't quite reach, I will still use smooth brush. Here, I am taking advantage of our old friend, the deformation menu. I use flatten to make the bottom of this face flat. This will actually allow me to reduce the poly count in the end, because any flat surfaces will require fewer faces to maintain their shape compared to a curved surface. Done with radial symmetry, I switch back to the traditional axis-based symmetry. It's time to create some handles. I start by using the Chisel Shapes brush to create a sphere. Then I select Curve 2 brush to make the handle shape. Once I have this positioned correctly, I unmask the object in Dynamesh. Then I resume some good old-fashioned sculpting to build up the shapes I want. Again, rather than using smooth brush to smooth out details, I prefer to use Trim Dynamic to give a handmade feel. I activate the radial symmetry again to add more details to the neck of the vase. With those final details done, I now turn off all symmetry. I start to add asymmetrical details and tweak the overall shape so it's not perfect. Using an alpha, I create some crack details. The final step for the design is to apply clay polish in the geometry menu. This helps smooth out the higher frequency details caused by the clay buildup brush. Great for a stylized look. To clean this sculpt up and create a low poly version, I use the same method we used previously on the blocks. This time, I choose to take it a step further and clean up some of the geometry in Blender. I believed it would result in cleaner UVs and bake. For this, I used basic poly modeling tools and will not go over too much of those details. One tool I use for this process is a plugin called Loop Tools. This is in Blender by default, but will need to be enabled in the plugins menu. In the Loop Tools menu, I choose Circle, and this will create a perfect circle out of a selected edge ring. That's it for the modeling portion. Next, we will be moving on to texturing. We will now be living in Adobe Substance Painter, as we texture these assets previously created. I'm going to be working in 4096. You can downres at any point while working in Substance Painter. The first step is to bake the maps. This option is located in the Texture Set settings. I usually set my output size to 4K. This allows for nice, crisp, baked textures. Then I select my high poly mesh, which will provide all the details for the bake. On the right side of the screen, you will see a blue mesh overlaid. That's the high poly over the low poly. Then there is a transparent wireframe. This is called the cage. It represents the search region you will bake. You can adjust this with the max frontal distance slider. If you begin to see the color red, that means that that part of the mesh is no longer in the search area and it will not show up in the baked map. I often like to turn on anti-aliasing. The higher the number you choose, the longer the bake. Anti-aliasing will make sure you have nice, crisp, baked textures. When your settings look good, you can hit the Bake button. You will see here all the maps are getting rendered. These baked maps are what allow us to create procedural textures in Substance Painter. Once that process is done, I switch back to painting mode. My first move is to add a base material. I choose a concrete texture I have in my library. By default, this has a normal and height map. This creates too much detail for a low poly asset, so I turn them off. These sliders are located in the Technical Parameters tab. Then I mess with the tiling to see how it looks at different sizes. In the end, I decide to just use the default value of 1. I then tweak the color to a red hue. Now I'm going to manually add some baked maps to push the features of the model. I start with ambient occlusion. Located in the Texture tab of the library, we can find the maps we just baked. I drag the ambient occlusion map into the base color of the fill layer. Holding down Alt-click, I select the color button. This turns off all the other texture map options. I turn layer type to multiply, so it only darkens the underlying layers. This makes the cracks and crevices show up a bit better. The next layer I create, I like to call a curvature highlight. Using this curvature map, I create a levels and adjust it so all the sharp edges are white. I set this layer type to value and turn its opacity way down. I choose value because it maintains the color of the base layer. A layer type such as screen would make these highlights white. Now you can see these sharp edges really pop. I duplicate this layer and now do the opposite to generate cracks. Bring it back to its default values. I then tweak the levels so all the cracks are black and everything else is white. Then I set this to multiply and lower the opacity a bit so it's not too strong. Now I create a thickness map. This map creates a gradient between the thin edges and the thicker centers. I set this layer type to value. It allows for a bit of a variation in the textures. I add a levels and set it to invert to flip the effect. Next, I grab a moss material. I'm going to use a smart mask to control procedurally what areas are visible. For this effect, it's really your choice which smart mask you choose. I choose one that puts moss in the crack areas to begin. The height range is too strong for this moss material, so I bring down its value. Now I select the mask editor in the moss layer. This editor consists of many sliders driven by the baked maps we produced earlier. I tweak values to get the desired result. I recommend testing each setting to become more familiar with what they do. Here, I'm adjusting the saturation and hue of the moss. Its color was looking a little too vibrant. I then moved the moss layer farther down in the layer stack so it's beneath the bake maps we created. To add more of a stylized look, I add another fill layer. I choose Surface Worn Smart Mask to apply it to this layer. I tweak the values. My end goal is to have a solid color that looks like it's painted on, to kill some of the detail. I put this under the moss layer. Happy with how these blocks are looking, I'll now export the textures for Blender. We will be starting off by baking and following the same process described in the block texturing tutorial. When I first kick off this bake, you can see certain areas that are remaining a transparent grid. This is because I need to increase the max rear distance so the bake searches a bit farther inward. With that fixed, the bake turns out perfect. I grab a clay texture as a base and then tweak the values to a light gray. I turn off the normals and height map. As shown in the block tutorial, I began applying the baked maps to the textures. Curvature enhances the details on this one. The detail areas I'd like to be a very dark gray. I mask out this layer so I can paint in an alpha for the areas I want it to show up. I turn on symmetry to cut my workload in half and then begin painting. We purposely made this vase asymmetrical, so the painting will take some time to clean up in the end, but not much. I next use a smart mask to add variation in color on the surface. I often keep the material red so I can easily visualize the mask until I achieve the desired look. Just like ZBrush, Substance has radial symmetry. I activate this and set it to the correct axis. I'm running into some issues. I realize my angle span is set to 300, but I want to be set to a full 360 degrees. I adjust this and get the desired result. Now I want to add a hand-painted symbol to this vase. I sift through the brushes to find the right style. Once I find it, I activate symmetry, so this detail will go on both sides. Experimenting, I sketch out a fantasy symbol until I come upon something visually appealing. This vase consists of very desaturated colors. It will add some visual interest to paint a small detail that sticks out. I like it when these types of art pieces have a red seal on them. With no plan, I start painting to see what I come up with. Some sort of creature is developed. And with that, the vase is done. The flags. For these, we have no high poly version, but that is not a problem. As always, I still begin by making the textures to help drive procedural texturing used later on. I choose a canvas texture as a base. This time, I keep the normal maps, which add a nice fold detail. I add an ambient occlusion layer. Most of the detail for these flags are going to come from hand-painted graphics. I create a black layer and call it ink. Now, I select a brush to start sketching out food items. For these, I like to keep it loose. They will often be viewed from a distance. I don't go into too much detail, and I draw the lines bold. I try to keep the level of detail and line work consistent across each flag. With the line work done, I start adding some color. I select a light, fluffy brush and start filling in the areas. Intentionally, I let the paint bleed outside of the lines. I always start with the base color, a neutral value. Then, I move to a darker shadow color to help push back certain features. I now move to a lighter color to do the opposite. I continue with these same basic principles as I paint the rest of the graphics. Here, I add a gold material to the rod. Since they are sharing the same UV map, I mask out everything but the rod. Now I'm going to add a grunge layer to the flag cloth. This is ambient occlusion base, so it will mostly show up in the occluded areas. I want to add some color variation to the cloth material as well. For this, I create another layer and apply Surface Worn Mask. After I'm happy with the shape of the mask, I change the layer's color to a less saturated tan. The last thing I want to include on this texture is some fantasy writing. I draw out characters on each menu item to perhaps represent a description of the ingredients. I draw out characters on each menu item to perhaps represent a description of the ingredients. Braces. Starting with the brace. Once again, baking our maps first to control the procedural textures. I'm looking for a base material. This aluminum one looks pretty good. It will only be visible on the scratched and worn areas once we add the next layer. To my surprise, I do not have a forged iron texture in my library. However, this asphalt texture looks close. I tweak the settings a bit to get the desired look and turn the metalness value all the way up. I add a gun edges mask to this layer. This will wear down all the sharp edges so you can see the smoother metal below. With the base material built, I create my baked map layers. Then I create another layer with a plain, flat texture to kill some of the detail and increase the stylized look. And that's it. The roof tile. This texture process does involve some modeling to create the high poly bake, but the end result will just be a texture, which can drive the shape using a height map. I start off by modeling one roof tile. I add a solidifier modifier to get a sense of thickness. I do it this way because it's easier to make changes. Using an array modifier allows me to see how this tile will overlap. I add another array modifier to preview how it overlaps in the other direction as well. While modeling this, I don't want any details facing in the Z direction to be completely vertical. I make sure they are all slanted, so when it comes time to be baked from a top-down view, they will be visible in the height map. I now increase the amount of arrayed meshes to a number that looks suitable for a tileable texture. Then I overlay a plane. I make sure to snap it exactly halfway on the border tiles so it's tileable. I mirror this over so it's symmetrical on all sides. Moving on to substance now, I bring in the exported plane with UVs. In the baking window, I select the tiles we created as a high poly. The rest of the process is the same as we've used previously for baking. To get a preview of the height map, I enable displacement and tessellation. I then create a fill layer with the height map plugged in. This deforms the geometry. I add the curvature map to help define the shapes a bit better. Then I apply an asphalt material as a base. On top of this, I make an ambient occlusion layer and a crack layer using the curvature map. On the concrete asphalt layer, I add a matte FX oil paint filter. This gives it a painted stylized look. When content with that, I create a mask and select it based on the ID map of the tiles. A vertex ID map can be set up in Blender. I recommend watching tutorials on how to set this up. I use it to adjust the hues of the tiles very slightly. In the end, it's almost unnoticeable. I create a new layer and apply a dirt mask. This adds a level of grunge to all the occluded areas. I do the same with an edge mask to make the edges look worn. Now I use a surface worn mask to add a flat paint stroke look on the surface. I do this with a few shades to increase the stylized look. Now that the texturing process is done, in Substance Painter, I move back to Blender and set up the shader. Under Modifiers, I add 2 subdivision modifiers, set to Simple, to increase the poly count. I then add a Displacement modifier and plug in the Height map. This texture exists on a single plane. But I can use Array modifiers to duplicate it seamlessly to any size I want. From there, you can create a simple deform modifier to create a curve to the roof. This can become very high poly. The last modifier I add is a Decimate modifier. This will reduce the poly count of the final shape. And painted wood texture. Next up, we are moving over to Procreate on iPad. This is one of my favorite ways to draw and painted textures. It gives me a break from my desk and is a lot of fun to use. I keep the board seams layer separate from the wood layer. This way, in the end, I have 2 textures, one boards, one just wood. You will see I work on everything in passes. I rough in some values and then start defining those shapes with shadows, highlights, and finer details. I keep it grayscale to begin. When painting in this stage, I like to think of it as a height map. Black is the lowest area and white is the most elevated area. This makes it easier to create the rest of the texture maps if I need them later on. It converts easily into a normal map. If inverted, it creates a nice roughness map. And it's easy to add a color pass once it's done. Hope you enjoy the process.
since it's the cliff material. So hopefully with all that knowledge, you're able to. So especially right here, our texture is very stretched, but then if we add triplanar, then the texture is fixed and
In this step, I'm making the texture seamless. I use a guide to snap a duplicate of the wood layer. I decided to paint in the seam. Sometimes you can clone stamp for a faster result, but it was looking noticeably blurry. Hand painting helped me maintain the style. We are quickly going to move over to Photoshop. Photoshop has the ability to make normal maps. I convert the wood texture and export a normal map as well. When it comes time to use this wood texture, there are a few important steps to setting it up. I create a texture coordinate node and plug in the object selection into the vector of the mapping node. I switch the projection type from flat to box. This will project the texture from 6 sides onto the mesh. This way, the mesh will not need UVs. I plug a value node into the scale so I can control all 3 scale vectors with just one input. I do the same steps for the normal map. For this one, I change color space to non-color and add a normal map node. I reduce the strength of this node to a half. Now, when I duplicate this geometry and change its shape in edit mode, textures will automatically update. At this point, though, there is no variation in the textures. I create an object info node which has a random input. When I plug this into the location of the mapping node, every object I create will have randomly offset textures. Gray stucco. Now, in Photoshop, we will be creating a gray stucco texture using the same principles we used in the wood texturing process. Under Filter, Other, Offset, we will offset the values of our texture map in the X and Y direction by 50%. Now, if we paint out these seams, our texture will become tileable. I hit Offset again to switch it back to its original arrangement. Again, I use Photoshop to make a quick, normal map. The flower. The hand-painted flower. The creation process of this 3D asset is in reverse. We first start by texturing, as I draw out a kit of 2D plant assets. I make leaves, stems, petals, and other various parts to create this flower. This is essentially a trim sheet for plants. When creating these plant kits, I will draw 20 to 30 different plant assets to make tons of 3D variations. Now in Blender, I import image as planes. This is a quick way to import the trim sheet we just made. Then I quickly start cutting the geometry to cut out each 2D piece as a separate asset. I make sure to have enough polys so I can give each asset a simple deform to create 3D shapes. Once they have simple shapes, I assemble the pieces to create various plants. I like to add some splatter alphas to break up the shapes and give it a painted style. When added to an environment, it helps it blend into other assets and look less CG. That's all for texturing. Thanks for joining.
All right, so let's talk a little bit about level 2 assets, right? So we went through modeling level 1 assets and texturing them and all that. And I have here a very limited level 1 assets, right? And I just want to show you that, even if you have something like this, you can create quite a bit of elements with just something like this, right? And of course, we're gonna end up with more, but what I want to show you is a couple of different techniques that I normally use to create these, and that way you sort of can start playing with them. Now I'll show you the techniques. We'll make a couple of assets, but I also want to create quite a few more, but that's going to be sort of a time lapse because it's just really rinse and repeat of the same techniques, and so there's really nothing new about that. So let's talk about the one of the most common ones that I normally use. And what I do is I always like to work at the center of the world. So I have my 3D cursor here at the center, and I'm gonna move my assets to the left here. Now, the way you see me do things is the same way that I do it every single time. I normally have my assets on the left. I'm taking a look at the y-axis, the front here. I will also have a person here for scale. So when I'm building a wall or something that has a roof or a door, I always build it based on the scale of a real person. So this is sort of like 6 feet. And I know that's not the average, but it's easier for me to round that up. Right, and sometimes I move it to the side like this, just so I can have it. But I think I missed a little asset here, so we got a little plant here. And where is that at? Okay, here it is. Okay, great. So what I'm going to do is first I'm going to create a empty into my world here. And let's see. Shift A, empty, plane axis, right? And I'm gonna make it quite big, right? Because we're gonna start buildings. And the reason I'm doing this is because the first major technique that I normally do is a lot of mirroring, and I also like to do sort of like symmetric stuff, which is pretty common, right? So I only have to worry about one side here on the left of this world, and then my mirror will take care of the rest. All right, so I'm going to grab a couple of assets here, and I'm just going to duplicate them and then send them to the center of the world, right? So I have a couple stones, I got a piece of wood, and this stucco texture, right? So Shift D, duplicating, and then I am going to Shift S, and then selection to cursor. It's going to bring everything to a center like this, right? And I can move this to the top. Let's actually move this guy here. And I'm just gonna place some of this stuff here like this. So if I make, let's say I'm making a wall here, this will be a 10-foot wall, right? I don't know, I want to make it quite that big. I'm just gonna keep it like this. We're gonna talk a little bit about a few things, but I'm gonna start with grabbing this piece of wood, going to my modifiers and adding a mirror. And now for my mirror object, let me move this here. I'm gonna pick the empty that I created, and we're doing it on the X axis. So now it's on the other side like that. And I'm not gonna do that for every single object, but at least I want to have it sort of set up that way. So I'm gonna place some stones here just to kind of create a baseline here. And you saw me that I added, or I moved them sort of like at the bottom here. So I'm gonna play with the placement of these. And this is one of those things where I don't want to do a mirror, because I don't want them to be the same on one side, because it might be a little bit weird to take a look at if they're mirrored or the same, right? So I'm gonna play with how these are placed here. Now, one of the things that you have to sort of think about and decide is how, what the purpose for this kit is, right? So a lot of the times I use 3D kits like this for concept art, so I don't have to really worry too much about things being super clean, perfect topology, stretching on textures to some extent, right? So for example, like if that's my goal, right, I don't want to make like a super tight 3D kit, I can grab this piece of wood here and I can sort of compact it a little bit here, because I just need it to be this tall, right? And of course it wasn't meant that way, but as you can see, it doesn't really affect it that much, right? And so I don't have to worry too much about that sort of thing. So you're gonna see me doing that quite a lot, right? And so for example, this could be a piece of wall that we have created here. And so I am going to make this non-selectable, right? And what I'm going to do is, once I have something like this, right, I'm going to apply all my transforms or my modifiers if I have any. So I have a mirror there. I just want to apply it, and then I can move that to the side, right? Now, you're going to see that this piece of wall is really nothing crazy, super detail or very intricate with a lot of detail or anything like that, right? But that's the purpose of this, right? So we want to create a couple or multiple assets that are something like this, because the complexity of this, which is not a lot, combined with 10, 5, 8 more assets like this, is gonna bring in that level of detail that we want, right? So I'm not super worried about it. Now, what I'm going to do with this actually is I'm actually going to duplicate this. So I went back and then I'm going to duplicate it because I want to use sort of the same setup for this. And I'm going to get rid of this side because I applied the modifier, and I'm just going to apply it again. So mirror, again, same thing. I'm just going to pick that empty. But I want to make it a narrow version of this and a bit taller. So with this, I can either stretch it a little bit like this, which is not bad. It doesn't affect the texture that much. Another thing that I could do is go into edit mode and then make some cuts here and get rid of these faces, right? Which is quite good. It's not that big of a deal. Now, but I want to show you a technique here because this is something that I use a lot, especially when you have tileable textures, right? So this texture here of this dog is tileable. And so what you can do is if you go to edit mode, you press N for your side menu here. And then if you go under tool, options, correct face attributes, right? You're gonna see that is clicked off, right? So what happens is that if let me go back here before I made the cuts, right? What happens is that if I grab this edge here, or this one here actually, and I move it, you're gonna see that the texture sort of moves with it, right? The texture moves with the object. But if you have a tileable texture and you have this clicked on, it will actually keep the sort of UVs on the same spot. Since it's a tileable texture, you're not gonna see the difference of that, right? So I can quickly just grab these two edges, scale them in, and you're gonna see that the texture sort of stays the same, right? But this only works well with tileable textures, right? And so I'm gonna move some things around, make this a little bit smaller here. I'm sort of moving things. Right, something like that. But now I want to grab this this piece of wood that I have here, and actually gonna duplicate it, move it up, and I'm gonna rotate it 90 degrees on the x-axis, right? And I want to actually move this down, and I want to do an array into this. So I'm gonna add a modifier array, but this array I'm gonna actually move it or put it on top of my mirror, so it happens first and then the mirror, right? And so I'm gonna give it some space here. Maybe I'll do 3 of these. And I'm sort of gonna eyeball the space here. And this, I'm gonna move it up quite a bit. But you can see now that this piece is quite big. So one thing that I can do is either stretch it like this, which again is not that crazy bad. Like you can see some of that here, but you probably won't see this face at all. So I might do something like that. And let's actually grab another one of these. I'm gonna take off the mirror from this. I'm gonna move it to the center by selection to cursor because I know that's my center. Rotate it 90, move it up. I'm gonna just scale it down. Actually, I'm gonna do the same thing for these. So I'm gonna scale this down. I'm gonna move this up. And I'm gonna add a little bit more here. Just like that. Go to the side. And then I'll put this on here on top. Now I want to make sure one of the things that I'm trying to keep an eye on is that every time I make an asset, right, you can see these squares here. I want to do assets that will fit in whole squares like this, right? So this will fit into 4 squares, right? And that's a unit in here, or a feet, or a foot in here in this setup that I have. And so it doesn't have to be 4, but it could be 5 or 6 or 1 or something like that. And the reason why I do that is it's gonna, once you have 150 or 25 assets, whatever the case you end up with, it's gonna be easier to put them together and have sort of like a global size, so that way you don't have to sort of match the assets to the whole thing. And you're gonna see that way more in the future when we start getting to bigger assets. But you're gonna see that I'm gonna be keeping that in mind as I'm building this. And as you can see here, it's not completely at the top here for 9 feet. So I'm actually gonna move everything except this down a little bit, just to make it I want to make it 8 feet. But as you can see here, when I move it, you're gonna see that the texture gets weird, and that's because I have correct face attributes, and these textures are not tile, so that's the effect that you get, right? So if it was tile, it would work, but now I'm just gonna move that in there. Just totally fine. I sort of like this. I actually like this space here. Right. And sometimes when I'm creating an object or a piece of asset like this, I get an idea for sort of another piece that maybe could be used as a module. And so what I can do is right here, just get an idea for another one. I'm gonna duplicate this. Let's move it back, move it up. Let's actually move it all the way up here, and this one will be a little bit shorter or less thick, like so. Now this, I'm gonna duplicate it, bring the origin here. I'm gonna make it quite small, but I want to rotate it 90 degrees just so it's like that. I'm gonna stretch it a little bit, make it smaller, bring more space in between. I'm gonna start over here. Let's add a few of here. Let's round that up. So now that's another piece that I could be using. So I want to make this a little bit better. So I'm gonna duplicate these two. So if I move this up, I want to duplicate these two. I'm gonna mirror them on the Z-axis. So this one is on top. So Control M for mirror, and then Z for the axis. Oops. Control M. I don't think that's. I think I don't have that as my shortcut here. So we are going to go into Object, Mirror, Z Local. Nope, not sorry. Mirror, Z Global, and there we go. All right, so now we have that. Right, so now we have this other asset that we are gonna be able to put up here if we wanted to, right? And so again, I just got 2 new ones, so I'm gonna merge everything, and you're gonna see that I'm going into my quick favorites menu here, because this is the things that I normally use a lot. And when you have something or an object that has multiple modifiers like this, or a bunch of objects, right? And instead of going into here, apply or Control A and doing all that stuff, if you go to the search and then you go search for mesh, you get this object convert mesh. And if you right click, you can add it to the quick favorites, right? And so that will actually apply all your modifiers. And so what I like doing is just grabbing all this, pressing Q and then mesh, and then it will apply all the modifiers. And so now I can just move that to the side. Right. Just want to make sure that's working. All right. And let's make another one. So you're also gonna be having some textures like this, right? So this is actually a plane, so you don't see any depth into here, but you got this texture, and sometimes you sort of want to fake a little bit more the texture. And so what you can do with something like this is I'm going to duplicate it, and I'm going to add a couple of cuts here. Now this could be a little bit time consuming, but it will look pretty good. I mean, it doesn't take that much, but it's a little tedious, right? So now I'm actually going to add one in the center of each of these. I'm using Control R to make this cuts, right? And I'm gonna grab these ones that go down into the texture. I'm gonna move them in, and I'm pressing Control B for beveling. I just want to do a quick bevel here, something simple, just like that. I don't want to add too much geometry because then it might get a little too crazy. I'm going to do the same thing for the others here. Move them up. Control B. And now you get something like this, right? So now you can get a little bit more value for that. Now you're adding in geometry, so I'll probably use this sparingly, right? If I have like a closer shot, I'll get a little bit more high res, or, you know, for far away shots, this should be fine. But let's just use this one just in case, right? And so what I'm going to do is actually I'm going to grab this as well. I'm not gonna use a stone on this one. Just gonna quickly set this up here, and I'm gonna also get rid of the side here, or this side. And again, same thing, mirror. This we're gonna make it a little bit wider. I'm gonna move this to the side because I think I'm gonna use those. So I'm going back to my correct face attributes and scale this wall here. I'm gonna make this a little bit smaller, origin to geometry, and I think I don't need these over here again. I'm gonna go to the side here, and I'm gonna move this down, forward a little bit. Let's move this wall back. And this texture now, I'm gonna duplicate it, move it to the center, selection to cursor. And I am going to rotate it. I'm gonna go to the side here. Let's rotate it 45 degrees, move it up. Just gonna set it up here, but I want to do a array. So let's make that a little bit smaller. Smaller tiles, and we'll also do a mirror to this, just like that, right? So now I can go to the side here and just place it. Let's say I want something like this. And I'm gonna grab these. I'm gonna do an array into these, maybe 3. Let's do 2, and sum the amount, and we'll also do a mirror to this as well. Now these right here, this one piece, I can probably just stretch it. Well, let's actually move it to 3D cursor, stretch it all the way to where I need it. Something like that. And now I can grab the same ones here, move this up, duplicate it, and then rotate it in 45 again. And I want to stretch them so they actually come out of the edge here. Now you're gonna see that this right here, let me turn on ambient occlusion just so it looks a little bit better. And sometimes I like to have a nice view to this, and so I'm gonna turn on my render view here. Let's just put that on cycles just so it's a little bit nicer. That way we can see it. All right, and so let me grab my light. Don't worry about lighting right now. We'll talk way more about that later on. But I just want to set this up first, just so I don't have to worry about. All right. So now you're gonna see that, you know, we have this wall with this. But let me move this a little bit further out. How do I want this? And you can play with the placement of this. Maybe you want these to be more in the middle. Maybe they are a little bit thinner. So you can just really play with how you want this, but let's make this. Yeah, something like that, right? So you can see here that this plane, this is literally just a plane, right? So it really doesn't have any thickness, and that's something that we really want to try to avoid. And so one thing that you can do for something like this that could work is a modifier called solidify. It's similar to a extrude, but it's actually in a modifier. So I just want to make it just a little bit thicker, something like that. Now I think now this is where it sort of starts to show how you're building this, like if you were actually building it in real life. Now there are some things that you don't have to do because you will never see them, but I want to make it as believable as possible. So another thing that I want to do is I'm going to grab this wood texture, let's duplicate that, move it to center. And I want to make a bed for the tile to rest in. So again, I'm gonna rotate it 45 degrees. Let's take a look at it from the side. You can see again, this is a plane, so we can do the same thing with the solidify. And then let's make this just a little bit thicker. I'm gonna start layering things in here, right? So this rests on top of these pieces of wood, and let's make an array and a mirror. Again, I'm going to use that empty, and I want to move the solidify at the end, just like that. And then this tiles will rest sort of on top here. Now, you can always go back to the, to the reference and then take a look at sort of, if you're not really sure how things are built and all that. But this is something that you can definitely, sort of, play with as you're building this, right? So now we have a wall here. We can also play with how tall this is. We can also play with the placement of these. So maybe these here, maybe this has a section that it's all stone. Now this one I might actually do the mirror, just because they're not really right next to each other. It's not gonna look as weird, but instead of placing them here quickly, and now I can go to the front. Sort of play with the placement of this. Cool thing about these rocks is that they are not the same front to back, and so I can always play with that. And so this is one of those things where one of the things that I really love about this process is that once I start getting some level 1 assets, right, it's really unlimited the amount of stuff that you can do, because now you can really just concentrate on design, because the work is pretty much most of the hard work is pretty much done, right? The technical stuff. And now you can just focus on really building and designing with what you have. Now we can use the same wall, maybe add a window here or a doorway or something like that, right? And so there's really a lot of stuff that you can do with this. One of the things that I'm thinking that maybe I can add here is if I grab one of these, the long one, I'm gonna duplicate it, selection to cursor, let's move it up, and I'm gonna add a modifier called simple deform and then bend. You can see that instead of bending this way, so I want to rotate it 90 degrees and 90 degrees, right? And I'm gonna do a 180, so it does a full half circle type thing. I can actually add this here to the design. I can even mirror this. It says Control M here, so I'm not sure why. Control M, but we'll do it manually here. Z-axis. Maybe something like that, right? And there we go. Now we have another asset. So again, same process. apply everything, and then just move that to the side. Now this is where it becomes sort of rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat, and there's really not an end to how much you can do. You can do with this sort of stuff. You can end up with 1,000 simple assets, right? But again, the more you have of this level 1, right, the more options you will get with this, and then the more you have of this, is gonna sort of snowball affecting the whole process, and then you're gonna end up with a bunch of cool assets. Now it does take time, right? You gotta spend time making all this, but the possibilities are endless, and you will get really nice results. But there is so much, or so many more assets that we're gonna be able to do with just these here. But I just wanted to show what some of the techniques that I'm gonna be using for that, and then that way during the time lapse you don't have to worry about the actual technique. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start the time lapse and then create just a couple more of these, just so you can see them, and then we'll move on to the next chapter. All right, so let's talk a little bit about Gravity Sketch. And again, you don't really need to do this part of the process in here. You can do it in any medium. You can even do it in 2D, Blender, Maya, whatever the case may be. This particular stage is for us to come up with the general idea of what the building is going to be, the shape, the general shape, some placement of where the details are. And as you can see, we're going to be very rough with this because we just want to generate the general block out as quickly as possible. Now, I am left-handed for those of you that are going to try to use Gravity Sketch, so everything is going to be sort of switch, right? So I'm going to be painting with my left hand. My menu is going to be on the right hand as well. So I'm just going to show you some stuff here. Now, I'm not going to do, this is not going to be a Gravity Sketch particular tutorial. I will show you some of the very basic things that I will be using because I won't be using a lot of the tools, but I'm not going to go super in depth with how to use Gravity Sketch in particular. Okay. Now, I am going to show you. So the way I set up my workstation here is that first I like to have my settings out and also my tools or my brushes. Sometimes I have my layers as well. In this case, we won't need these because we're just going to work on one layer since we're doing something fairly simple. And the other thing is that if you have any references images, you can go to here and then sort of bring your references out and then set them up however you want to, right? Now, from this, we're really ready to go. Now, one of the key things or key parts of the design that I want to do is that it's not really going to be completely symmetric, right? The way that, for example, this building is, as you can see over here, that is sort of symmetric, right? So everything here is sort of the same as this side in a way, from what I can see on this point, right? And the same with this, right? So I want to have a little bit of asymmetry in here. So that's going to be a key aspect of this. The other thing is that I do want to have a bit of a curved roof, similar to the curvature that you see here, but in a different way. And that's another key aspect that I want to have, right? And so what I'm going to do first is let's actually bring a person here just so we can actually build something to at least to some sort of scale. I'm going to turn off my symmetry and now we can build. Now, let's go to some of the tools that I'm going to be using just so I don't have to go over them as I work with them. But the first is going to be the custom ink. Custom ink has a sort of tapered point. So you can see here and here, right? And you're going to see me that I'm going to play with this to change the flatness of it if I need to, right? I may not use the polar symmetry, but just in case you see this is where you can do it. I probably won't be using it though. And then the custom stroke is similar to a custom ink, but it doesn't have the pointed edge here at the end, or the point. And then the other one is probably going to be the surface, which is this curvature, which is this over here, right? And we could do all sorts of things with this, very fluid. We might be using custom volume. This sort of creates sort of like a volume. This is great for making like rocks and stuff like that. It's pretty cool. And then those are the four main things that I normally use. I don't normally do like very simple shapes like this and then sort of like try to model them. So I always go with either custom ink, custom stroke, volume, and then the surface the surface one. All right, so those are the ones that I'm going to be using now. All right, so let's get started here very quickly. So this is probably going to be either a one-story building, something simple. And I want to start with the roof, actually. So let me go to my surface here. And now this, again, this is not to be, this is not meant to be super accurate and perfect. This is for me to guide myself into what we're going to do next. So I want to have some sort of, it's this one here. It's going to be my sort of curved roof here. This could be sort of my entrance sort of roof in here. I am going to do all sides of this, right? So I want to make sure that I covered all this. As you can see, I'm not really worried about how rough this thing is, but I can also move things around that are already built in order for me to sort of construct these other parts. And I'm generally focused on the general shape. And again, there's also going to be a lot of things that I won't put in here that I'm going to add later on. I'm going to add in the model per se, right? Maybe there's some pillars here. You know, all these details that what I'm doing now, I really don't need to add it because I know I'm going to add them later on, but just to have something in here. Now this could be some sort of window. You have our main entrance here. Maybe there's a little balcony or some side of patio thing here. Then maybe some windows here. Sort of really just what I'm doing is really just sketching in here, right? Just trying to come up with the general shape. And that's really all I need, because you're going to see later that all this stuff is just going to get replaced. As you can see, I barely delete stuff, because even though this is not super accurate, it gives me the general idea that I want. Maybe I have some sort of like window here. Just adding a floor here very quickly. Now I could just for a future usage, I guess it'll go to this guy instead of, you know, like a very simple pose. That way I can actually use this maybe as a base for a character or something. We don't need to, but I sometimes find that posing a character here is so much easier. Well, at least to get the general sense of the idea. You know, maybe a shot like this where we're sort of looking up to where the character and the character is sort of looking into something up here or something. But we can deal with that later. And then we could have some sort of design here. Now again, very simple, right? But you know, this is a very quick way, and I could do, you know, as you can see, this was done fairly quickly, and I could do a couple of these with different general shapes and sizes and stuff, and then just sort of export them and take them into Blender, which is what we're going to do next, right? So once you have the sketch done, right, I have the general idea, and again, I'm not too worried about defining much some of this stuff, because my assets that I made, that I already defined, is really what's gonna give me the part that I'm missing from this, right? And if I need to make new sets or new assets to fit something here, then I can do that as well, right? But once you have this, then we can just, you know, save it up. Let's save it. Let's go here and let's call this house 1. And then we're gonna save that. And so now we can export this as a OBJ. So same thing, export OBJ over here, same folder, save here. And now we can go into our landing pad and import that OBJ into Blender, and then start the next step for this. Okay, so let's say, for example, that you know, you're not using Gravity Sketch or any VR software. Let's say you just have to do it in Blender and you just want to do something, a mock-up very quickly here in Blender. I'm gonna do the very similar design and shape that what I did back in VR. But this is again with the same principle that we're just blocking a main shape just to kind of get an idea of where to put the pieces and sort of cover that section. So we're not gonna spend a lot of time doing this anyways, because you know, we're gonna replace it with the assets that we created already. But we do want to have something blocked out, right? Okay, so the I'm gonna start again. You know, I have my sort of scale model here, and I'm gonna deal with just cubes, right? So I'm gonna start you know, with the shape now, and I'm not gonna worry about perfect topology or anything like that, right? But I'm gonna have some sort of conscience about it just a little bit. Now I'm gonna make my curved roof first. So for that I need to add some sort of, actually I'm just gonna add the one cut here, and I'm gonna move this cut here, and I am going to apply transforms just so my bevel comes out even, and then I'm pressing Control B for beveling, scrolling, and then I got my curved roof right there, right? So something like that, right? I do have to decide sort of how much real estate this is going to take, so how big the house is, type of thing. And one thing I can do is I can just grab this box in edit mode and just really duplicate that, and then sort of start moving some of these. Because again, I'm not super worried about my topology. Or I can just create another cube here, or I can just grab this one and then play with the shape a little bit. So maybe this one has some sort of, oops, maybe this one here. I'm gonna mirror this. So object mirror local X. And I'm gonna use my bisect tool to cut. Maybe this has just a little roof on this side. There's another one here. But now this one is a little bit shorter. As you can see, I'm using very basic things. I want to make sure that my roof is not super low like this, where a person won't be able to walk. I still want it fairly low, that if you're 6 foot, you gotta sort of look and be aware of it, but something like that. And so, sort of blocking out what the idea. And I could really just leave it like this. I could be this rough here. And I already know sort of the general gist of it, right? Because if I start modeling, oh, I'm doing like a beam on the corners, and then I'm doing a sort of the support wood system for the roof and the ceiling up here. I'm blocking out where the windows are, and if I start doing that, I'm really just, I feel like I'm wasting time, because I already have that on. I have those details on the assets that are already made. So I think you have to be extremely careful how deep you go with this. I just want to get, like, if I look at it like this. Let's turn on this guy right here. I know what sort of the general shape of this house is going to be, right? And then I let my assets do all the detailing and all that stuff. So I'm actually gonna save this, because what I want to do is sort of whether I use this one or the one from VR, I want to compare my final version with the block version. Whether it's this one or the VR one, and that way we can sort of see how we compare that. But I'm actually gonna save this, so let's. I'm going to make this all one object. Control J. We're just gonna do block 1 here, so we have that here. And I already downloaded the one that we did from VR, and so I'm just going to import it here, and this is an OBJ, and I'm gonna rotate it and sort of place this. You can see that it looks like soft edges. We're just gonna go shade flat and go to our normals and take out auto smooth, and this is going to be our block 2. Right, and with VR, you sort of have to be a little bit careful, because sometimes they come up all wonky and sort of turned a little bit. Let's take this one off. And so there is the one that we did from VR. So you can see it's way not as clean, right? It does have more detail, but and it has some little differences, but nothing major. Now we do have, these are going to be the references that we imported from VR into our world, so we don't really need that. And so now we have our block number 2. Now, again, I'm not sure. We're gonna decide this on the next step, but pretty much from here now we are going to we're going to save this, right? And then we'll go into our asset library that we already created using the previous steps, and then we'll go from there. Okay, so I'm going to be having our previous file here with some of the assets that we also made. I'm gonna move this to the other monitor just so it's not on the way, but pretty much what I'm gonna be doing from here is just I'm gonna grab whatever asset I need, right? So if I need this, I'm gonna Control C for copy, and I'm gonna move to the file, and then I'm gonna paste it in here, and that will copy the textures, all the model, and everything that I need, right? So I'm gonna move this to the other side. The other thing is that I do have open the full kit that we made for Absorb 3D. This is the full kit, right? Using this, and you guys will get a sort of like a mini kit from this one. But I'm also gonna be having this on the other monitor because I'm gonna borrow some of the other assets here since they're already made, and that way we don't have to go through the same process of making all that. And so I'm going to be using this very simple one because even though this one has more detail, I want to keep it fairly clean, right? So I know the major shapes, and I know that I'm going to be adding more detail with the stuff that I'm going to be putting here. So I'm going to start with this one. And if you don't see a lot of movement here, it's because I'm probably on the other monitor grabbing the assets and then coming into here and pasting them here. There is really not a lot of new techniques here. It's pretty much going to be a lot of copy paste and then just cutting and moving around and posting. So most of this part is going to be sort of a time lapse, so you can see the whole process of this, right? So what I'm going to do is let's go into, and I'm here on the other monitor. I'm going to grab a, I want to start, I think the most difficult thing that I'm not going to have is that curve sort of roof here that I have. And so I want to start with that because I think that is the biggest item, and also the thing that I don't have. I know I have most of this stuff over here, so I want to make sure that I build that as well. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab from my library a roof here very quickly. And this one in particular has some modifiers. So this is what I have here, and I'm actually going to turn on the textures here just so you can see it. I'm going to put some lights. Don't worry about this. We'll talk about all this stuff later on, about lighting and all that. But what we want to try to accomplish is a a very basic concept for sort of like a singular item house or something like that, right? So for example, you know, we have something like this, or like this, or like this, right? This is sort of like the goal for this chapter. So we're going to put everything that we have done so far together into a singular concept like this. And so I have already my roof here, and this is just the top layer. But what I want to do is I'm going to rotate this 90 degrees. So it's on this angle here. And I'm just going to put this on the top here. Now some of these modifiers are arrays. You know what? We're gonna start this all over just so you can actually see it. So I'm gonna add a array modifier. I'm gonna move this here, and let's add 3. So as this is one of those things where I'm gonna be pretty open-minded about. You can see that this particular asset here, if I have 3, is only a little bit over the size that I already made. And I am going to use my asset to determine the size of the roof for most of this stuff and the assets that I already have, because since I already built with a specific size, I don't mind going and making my whole building just a little bit longer in this axis to fit, because if not, then I have to deal with a more complicated asset, which is this one, in order to cut it into the same set of size and all that, right? I do see here that I have a little bit of a gap, so instead of 1, and let's go 0.9. That might be too much, 0.98 or 0.99, and that could work right there. Perfect. So we have our first array. We have to do an array going this way, and we also have to do an array going down into the space. So we're going to add another array, and this is probably going to be on the z-axis and the y-axis. So I want to make sure that I put it as close as possible. That could work. I'm going to add another one. I'm going to add another one because this is going to be curved. So this is going to actually cover a lot of the space here. So this is what I got, right? So now we got the size, right? And now we're going to work on the curve. And for that, it's going to be a little bit tricky, but we're going to make this work. We're going to add a simple deform, which is where our bend is. And actually, this is working pretty well. So we just got to go into the angle and give that a negative space here. And now we can really just place this. And again, I'm going to determine what I'm getting from the asset to have that in there. I think that's working fairly well. Now, another thing that you want to keep in mind is you can do this step that I'm doing here. You can do that in the actual file where you have the assets. It's just, when you're making bigger assets, it might get a little bit cramped because you're having all this new stuff being built. But we can actually just make that in our regular asset library. In fact, I'm going to copy this. I'm gonna bring it into this file, which is our working file. I'm just gonna move some things around here just so we have a little bit more space. I just want to have a little bit of light. We're just gonna keep it on Eevee right now just because it's a little bit easier to deal with. But I do want to see there you go, something like that, right? And we're probably going to use some of this stuff here, so we don't have to worry about this one. Let's actually just do it on this side here. Okay, so let's move on here. Now again, this stuff that you see here that goes through, like, I wouldn't worry about it. This is gonna get deleted eventually, so it is okay. Now I'm gonna do the same thing for a a base here for this roof, right? But in this case, I'm gonna start with a. Let's actually do the same array. And one thing that you can try to do is copy the same modifiers that you have in here to this. And so the way to do that is select both of them with the roof being the active. Control L, and then link transfer data menu comes up, and then you can just copy modifiers. Now you're gonna see that there's no bend in here, right? Or you can see a little bit here, but that's because there's not enough geometry, right, for this to bend. So if I go to the wireframe, you're gonna see that we don't have that much of geometry. And so this, we're gonna go to 1. I'm gonna go -1 and -1, just so we don't have that double line. And so what I'm gonna do is I'm actually going to go into edit mode and Control R. I'm just gonna add a couple of these. You can see now that I'm getting some sort of a bend in here. Now you may have to put different numbers for the bend here, but that is totally okay. And try to match as close as possible the angle here. Now we are also going to add a solidify, because this is going to make a sort of like an extrusion or thickness to this, which is, we want that. Now this is as close as I can get it right now, but we can also fix this a little bit. See this part here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna apply all these modifiers. I'm actually gonna make this a little bit thicker. All right, I'm gonna apply all these. So now this is like an actual mesh. What I can do is I can grab this one, for example, and turn on my proportional editing, and then using the moving tool to sort of move it just a little bit. You just gotta check all these spaces here. Now we have, now there's some areas here that could be and there we go. Now we do have this sort of extra stuff here, but we can actually, for these, actually gonna delete these and go here, select everything, press F to fill. That didn't work. So what we got? Oh, there we go. Now there are some extra polygons here that we can sort of clean up. We really don't need these. I'm just gonna dissolve these faces. I can delete those. There we go. Now you can also do the same thing for beams. So again, I'm gonna make this a little bit taller like that. And again, I'm gonna add a simple deform, bend. Now you can see that this one doesn't have enough geometry either. So one thing that you can do is I'm gonna turn this off. I'm gonna add a array to make it longer, and then I'm gonna put that on top, and then we can have the bending here. So you gotta place it right about there. Make it a little bit thinner. So now we can go into, now that we have the curvature and everything set up there, we can just set up a nice array, another one. Maybe 4 here in distance, and then we'll just maybe we can make this a little bit. Let's see, maybe move it to this side a little bit. Now we got some roofing here. Right? So this is sort of the idea, right? Now this, this could be a little bit, depending on the size of the building, could be a little bit time consuming, but it's definitely worth it. And once you start getting to more easy areas, this is a bit complicated because of the curve and all that. Like, the walls and stuff is really just a matter of getting your assets like this and just moving them and place them in here. So it becomes a little easier for more simple areas and stuff. But that's really what I'm going to do. A lot of the times I'm gonna grab, like, for example, this piece of wood, and you're gonna see me coming in here like that, make things a little bit bigger. Let's say that I go like this. Let's put that here on the corner, right? And you're gonna see that this sort of piece comes out, right? And you're gonna see me a lot that I go here, go into edit mode, grab my bisect tool, And then I make sure that I have fill and clear outer, and then I just go like that and cut it, right? And then that way I don't have to worry about that top part. And you know, that's gonna get covered by the roof here, so I don't really need to worry about that stuff. So you're gonna see me doing that quite a lot, cutting things like that. And the other thing that I might be doing as well, let's say for example that I have and we already sort of did this with some of these assets, but let's say I have this piece of wall here. I'm gonna copy it. And the good thing about this is already on scale, right? So for example, where's my person here? You know, I made this, I made the block out sort of in scale, but these pieces here, oops, are way more in scale, right? So, but let's say for example, if I want to use this window here, I can actually, let's move it to the front here. And I don't want to use the roofing system here right now, so I'm going to move that up. And then this, I'm going to place that on top like that. Let's see, do I like, I'm trying to decide, do I like this height for this sort of roof here, which I do. And so in that case, I might squish this a little bit. I'm gonna move this down. And all of these, I could just cut like that. Right. Once I have that, I could merge everything just in case I have any modifiers. I'm gonna make it all one object, so it's just one object, and I can actually mirror this using that empty in the center there. Now this is going to be my center, so maybe there's some sort of door there. But I can play with the placement of this as I work that door. But right now I have that there, right? So you'll see me do that quite a lot. Now this right here, actually, we can even use this. Let's apply everything here. Make it a one object. Rotate it 90. You can even put this here. Right. And you could be a little bit, you don't have to be super precise with this stuff. Like you can even, if you don't want to be super precise, you can even copy these, make it bigger, and array and all that. But it starts becoming a little bit crazy. But once you have these assets, it's just easier to just grab them and use them. And this is a little bit longer than what I have, but that's not such a big deal, right? And so I'm not super worried about that. If I wanted to use this for this one here, I could do the same thing. Probably won't need these. Let's rotate that. And let's bring that up here. Now this one I don't need. I do need the rest. So now let's bring that over and let's array this maybe 3 times. We're gonna cut this probably because it's too much of a difference. So now I know that we can cut it somewhere here. And for this, gonna need another array. Oops. We can probably get away with just 2 in there. Now what I'm going to do at this point is some of this stuff is already bothering my vision, like this extra stuff and this over here. So one thing that you can do is I can grab the whole thing. I'm going to separate pressing P by loose parts. So now all the little parts are sort of singular. I'm going to put this in a collection. Oops. I'm going to put this on a collection by pressing M, new collection, block out. And now this I can just delete, or if you want to hide it, you can. If you don't want to delete it. So now you can see a little bit better. I don't mind getting a little bit shorter there. If I want to get longer, I'll probably have to go to 3. Make this shorter like this, which I don't mind either. And so we'll do the same thing for this one. Control L, copy modifiers, same thing. Make this longer. And we can cut all these like so. Right? And I could grab maybe one of these ones. Let's make this twice as thick. Rotate it 90. Let's have this sort of as our main sort of beam, where everything sort of gets attached to that structurally, right? And this is what I mean with trying to build things as if you were gonna build it in real life. And I'm adding this sort of beam, sort of like secondary beam, where this sort of roof is being attached to. It's probably not needed, but we'll see how that goes there. Right? So now we got this sort of roofing system going on here. Something like that, right? And so, this is with the tweaking and play with it and sort of adding those details. This is sort of what's gonna require to do that. So again, most of this stuff is just going to be copy paste, moving around, cutting, and adjusting like that. There's really nothing going to be new. So the rest of the process for this is going to be a time lapse. But yeah, so I'm gonna get ahead and start working on this, and I'll see you guys on the next part. Okay, so now that we have our concept here, I think this is everything modeling wise that we're gonna put in here for our final image. Now, again, our image is gonna be just one simple angle, but again, we have this whole asset that we can use in any of these angles, right? So we could really use any of these parts. And I added a couple of grounds here just to kind of finish it up and have some ground level. This model here of the scale, we're not gonna need it, so it's not gonna render. So I have here the render disable, so I don't have to worry about that a lot. So what I'm gonna do is create a camera here very quickly. I'm gonna press 0 here on my view to view the camera, and I'm gonna go to the settings, and I'm gonna change the focal length to 19 for now. And the viewport display, we're gonna bring it to 1, so we have a black background here. And I'm gonna press N, and then camera, lock camera to view here. So that way now I can sort of move the camera here. And I'm actually gonna put all these assets into one collection. So new collection, assets here. And that way I can just turn that off. And now we won't see it here. Now, right now I'm using the physical atmosphere add-on. We're gonna talk a little bit about that right now, but let me set up my camera for my shot here. And this is going to be a good time for me to play with the camera focal length here. So this one here. So maybe let's go to 25, move back. Now, to be honest, you could do any angle here that you want, right? Maybe something like this could be cool. I want more of this top. I don't need as much as the low ground here. So it's definitely not it's not a huge mouse. I mean, we could go something like this, but again, I'm not super worried about this edge here because we're gonna cut or paint, whatever we want here for the ground. I'm not really too concerned about that. I just want sort of a nice view of the actual concept here. Okay, so about lighting, you could use, this is a really good plugin, Physical Atmosphere. You just pretty much click here and then you play with the rotation and the elevation of the sun. Very easy. It gives you pretty cool results very fast, right? I'm using cycles at the moment, doing my denoising on both the viewport and the render. For the render, I'm just keeping the max samples at 100 because I don't think we're gonna need a lot of samples. It's not really we don't really need like a very super sharp, and I've found that between 75 and 100 usually is pretty good for most cases. And so if you don't have the plugin, you can simply light it normally. But if you have the plugin, you can use it like this and then find the angle of the sun and then have it that way. But I want to try to do it without the plugin just in case you don't have it, because it's a plugin that you do have to buy. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a sun here, sunlight, and I'm gonna find my main thing usually at the beginning is find the main light angle for my main source of light, and I'm gonna bump this up a little bit, and I want to give it sort of like a warmer color here. And now my main thing is to sort of, I'm looking at the shadow shapes and the light shapes and then find something that's interesting, that's kind of cool. Something like that, right? So again, it's not nothing too crazy. You could also use a HDRI if you're using cycles. You can also do a HDRI, and you can do that by going to the shader editor, going into world, Right now I'm not using any nodes here, so I'm just clicking using nodes. And from here, I can press Control T. Oops. Control T, there we go. And then on the environment texture, you can go and open your HDRI. And I do have a couple here. Let me find some here on my other monitor. So I can go to open and then use any of these. Now, if you're using an HDRI, you don't really need most of the time a light source because the light source is coming from the HDRI. So I'm gonna find one here that could work. Even something like this could be kind of cool. Let me turn on this scale here. And I'm not too worried about the background, right? I just want the lighting. And I really actually love this sort of soft diffuse lighting. That's actually kind of cool. You can also rotate the HDRI to get different light angles depending on the light. But I actually like this one. This is the castle. This is this one here. So let's try a couple ones. It's actually pretty cool too. That's not bad. I'm just rotating here. It's actually not bad, but I'm actually liking the diffuse lighting a lot. I like this one too. This will be cool if we can have some lights coming from the inside of the building. We can set that up very quickly or test it. So we can go to point here and then go to the settings, give it like a warm color. And let's bring this up quite a bit. So it has some lighting coming from the inside, but I want to keep it more simple. Let's try another one here. Oh, I like that one. Wrong with this one, it does look like an interior lighting, which is what it is. It gives me like a weird studio vibe. This is nice. You have the harsh shadows coming into here, which is quite nice. So I think it will be a decision for me now in between having this more dynamic lighting with the harsh shadows or having something really nice and soft this way, which I think is quite nice actually. And at least for a concept, just to show off the concept, like I think this is quite nice. And let's say I wanted to add a little bit of that directional lighting. I can actually bring that sunlight, sort of bring it in, and then have it almost barely visible, not completely, but have something soft like that. It doesn't make that much difference, but it does bring a little bit of more attention to here and the front, which is kind of nice. But we still have a little bit of that softness in the concept. I sort of like this. I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep this. Now, once you figure out the lighting, whatever you want, for concepting and for presentation purposes, and this, you don't want to go too dynamic because then it takes away from the actual design and the concept. And so I'm trying to be as straightforward as possible. And the other thing that I'm gonna set up is, after I set up, I have cycles, I got my max samples, denoise, all that. I'm gonna go to my render passes, and these are the ones that I use the most: mist, diffuse direct, glossy direct, environment, ambient occlusion, and emission if I have any. But in this case, I don't think I have any. If I have any volumes, I'll do this, or if I want to separate things by material, I'll use this. But in this case, we don't need that. I'm also gonna turn on normal just in case. And the other thing I'm gonna do is here I'm gonna check my my mist settings just to make sure that I have something that works, right? Because if I go down here on the render pass and I go to mist, this is actually not bad. But if you want to change this, sometimes it's all white or all black because of the distance. You can go to the world settings, mist pass, and then deal with this number. So usually I put 1 here, and let's put 150 here. That way we have a nice gradient from the closest part to the camera, which is this point here, to the furthest part, which is probably over here. We have a nice gradient. you can always play with this and see. Now the other thing is, actually I'm gonna go to my render settings, down into color management, and instead of filmic I'm gonna use standard, and I'm gonna go back to my normal combined render pass, because this changes the lighting quite a bit. So if I go to filmic, it's a little bit softer, but if you can see standard, it gets more contrast. And I'm not worried about the actual background, because I'm gonna erase all that, but I want to make sure that there's nothing, no textures blown out or anything like that in here. All right. Now the other thing I want to try, now that I'm seeing this, is that this texture here is different than this one. I want to see how it looks if I change it. So the stone pillar here is going to be my stones 02. That's not bad. I actually don't like to have a different, I want to use the same stone here. I'm going to use the same thing here. Now the other thing is this light here, my sun, as you can see here, is giving me these harsh shadows. If I increase the angle, say 10 here, it's going to get softer shadows, which is quite nice. Which is something that I want in this case. I don't want to have any harsh shadows here. I want to bring some of that shadow up here, that there's not barely any light coming, and hitting that part up. Now you can do some faking of bounce line. I'm gonna try something here. I'm gonna create another sunlight, bring it 180 here, and have no cast shadows. And I'm gonna bring a sort of like a warm color here. And so now you can see that I'm bringing a little bit of warmth down here on the parts that are facing down. And this is normally something that I do with Eevee, not Cycles, but I don't think I need it here. I'm gonna erase that. I just wanted to try it out, but that's something that I usually do when I'm in Eevee. Okay, now this is looking pretty good. I think I am happy with this. Now the next thing is, let me get closer a little bit here. Set up the camera nicely there. I'm gonna save that. And so once I have my render passes all checked up, I have my render engine there. Now for the file format here, I'm actually gonna do this at 150%, so it's a little bit bigger than this. And file format, OpenEXR multi-layer. This is gonna give me multiple layers for my render passes in Photoshop. So it's gonna be a little bit easier to deal with. And so we are ready to render. So now I'm gonna press F12, render this, and then bring it into Photoshop, and then we'll continue there. Okay, so we are in Photoshop here. Now, as you can see here on the left, I have my layers for all the render passes that I selected back in Blender. I use this in many different uses. We're gonna talk about this on the next chapter where we do our scene, our actual scene. But this is just to give you a little introduction about these. You know, we have the normals, our noisy image, our mist, which gives us depth. Glossy direct, environment difference, diffuse difference, or diffuse direct, and then our ambient occlusion render pass, and of course our beauty pass, combined pass. Now right now I'm only going to use maybe one or two of these, nothing too nothing too crazy. Again, we're going to do the same thing when we do our scene, but for this one I'm going to grab my I'm actually going to go into image mode, change it to 16-bit. I usually do this at the very beginning because EXRs by default will do 32-bit, and with 32 you won't have access to some options in Photoshop, so I'll usually change it to 16. For this one, I'm gonna pick my magic wand, select everything that's blacked, I can go to select and similar, just in case I'm missing something. And then that gives me a selection for the actual house. And if I go to my channels and I create a new channel based on selection, now I already have a saved selection of this. And now I can press Control J and separate my house from the background. And so now I can actually just maybe put a very simple color background, right? We'll do gray. I want to keep this very simple when I concentrate on the concept of the house here. And so now we can sort of play with this. Now we don't really need a lot of this side parts here, so we're just gonna crop it just a little bit here like that. And I'm also going to duplicate that layer because we're gonna start working on this, so I have an extra one just in case. And you know, the main thing here is just to really enhance what we have, clean up some of the edges, make it presentable. You know, we're not really going to change the concept or anything like that, so there's really not a lot to do here. The other thing that you have to think about is, you know, what your ideal look, final look for this is. If it's going to be super realistic or more into the painterly sort of style, and that's going to determine the work that you're going to have to put in here. Or even on the texture side, 3D things, in the 3D part. So you'll have to really think about that at the beginning stages to sort of know what sort of outcome do you want. Now, in this case, we want to keep it just like that, right? We're not going to do anything crazy with this, but we're going to clean up some of the edges here. Now, I'm just going to grab some brushes here and just really paint over. Now I do want to give it a little bit, I do want to get rid a little bit of the sort of 3D look, just a little bit, right? And add a couple of things, right? So for example, I can come in here, a little bit of sort of grass that has sort of grown on top of this a little bit. And the other thing that is really important for me is to get rid of some of the very hard edges that we have. So you can see, especially on the ground here, we have this really tight edge. And you know, you can do it in many different ways, but I wanted to just kind of blur out a little bit of that instead of give the idea there's some taller sort of grass going over it here like that. And of course we can, and this is a stage, you know, where you can really spend a lot of time. You can really go in there and really just go all out and add a lot of more detail to this and doing all that. But you also have to think how necessary it is. I'm very big on being efficient with your time, and you don't want to do things that really won't add a lot of value to your image, right? If it's really saying the same thing, even if you add something, then there's really no point of adding it, right? Now I do not, for example, I do not like that this goes to the edge here like this and here. I really don't like that personally, right? So this is just more of a personal choice. So I sort of like to have the concept sort of floating in the image here, in the canvas, right? And so I'm sort of adding a little bit of detail here. Nothing too crazy again. and something like that, right? And we're gonna add a little bit more of this sort of ground. Something like that. Now, one thing that we can do is maybe we can grab this set of I don't really need to do that. We can bring more detail to, for example, the walls. Maybe this is like, maybe it has like a little bit of a dripping set of dirt. It's a little bit of imperfections to this, right? We can even bring, if you want to, some, maybe there's like a little crack here. Little by little, you start adding little things, right? But again, this is one of those things where you can really spend quite a lot of time, and again, you have to measure if it's really that important to add all that. Now I'm gonna grab my Dodge and just enhance a little bit of the lighting in certain areas. So maybe here, just a little bit brighter, just to bring a little bit more contrast to there. Right. I can also add a new layer, and sort of clip it, put that on lightened, and grab maybe a soft brush. Just grab one of these neutral colors and just add a little bit to the back set of sections. Just kind of push them out a little bit. Nothing too crazy because this thing isn't really that much. But I'm gonna add another one. And for example, I do not like this shadow and light to the edge, so I'm actually just going to fill that in, just so we know exactly where this ends. Then we can merge all that. I don't like keeping too many layers that are really not adding that much. Now again, you can really go all out into this session, and you can really painting like pieces of grass and doing all that stuff. But again, you have to think if it's really that important. So for example, I could come up, maybe grab this one, add a new layer, F5 for my brushes. I'm gonna go to the angle, my rotation, just erasing some of that. I'm just sort of placing a couple of these. I don't want to go crazy everywhere, right? I don't want to do that everywhere, but I just want to give the indication that there's some grass here. I could even grab a mixer brush, for example, and if I really wanted to just come in and paint some stuff, some new stuff in here, could probably grab some of these and maybe add another piece of stone. Maybe make like a little walkway or something. Right. But again, these are things that I think are not super necessary, because it really, I mean, adds a little bit of the concept to the concept, but I don't think it really adds that much to validate the time that I'm gonna spend on it. And really, it's not really gonna say anything completely different with the image. So it's really up to you how much time you want to spend. Now, I think it's really a matter of choice. Now, if you have like a lot of time in your hands and you really wanna paint and just chill and just keep adding detail, put some music on and doing all that, then yeah, that's fine. But a lot of times we really don't have that luxury of time. We really don't have that much time to spend in here, and so you want to be mindful about that. I do want to add a little bit of vibrance and saturation where the light is here, just so we can push that area a little bit more, make it more, a little bit warmer and nicer. Just kind of nice touch there. And I have that layer on Color Dodge, having a low, sort of like a medium value color there, just so it doesn't go too crazy. Maybe we could even add a little bit. I think this might be too much, but we can even add a little bit of maybe there's like a little chimney in the back here, and but I personally think that might be too much. Maybe not. It's very subtle. Something simple like that, right? So yeah. So again, it's really up to you how much time you want to spend on this stage, but this is sort of like our goal to create this sort of asset. And this is mostly for presentation purposes, right? We know that we have this asset completely that we can use to fill up a village or a town or something like that, and it's pretty detailed, so we don't really have to worry about that. And we're gonna see more of that in the next stage, but for now, this is our concept for this, and I hope you enjoyed. I'll see you guys on the next chapter. Okay, so we are in Photoshop here. Now, as you can see here on the left, I have my layers for all the render passes that I selected back in Blender. I use this in many different uses. We're gonna talk about this on the next chapter where we do our actual scene. But this is just to give you a little introduction about these. We have the normals, our noisy image, our mist, which gives us depth. Glossy direct, environment difference, diffuse difference, or diffuse direct, and then our ambient occlusion render paths, and of course our beauty paths, combine paths. Now, right now I'm only gonna use maybe one or two of these, nothing too nothing too crazy. Again, we're gonna do the same thing when we do our scene, but for this one I'm gonna grab my I'm actually going to go into image mode, change it to 16-bit. I usually do this at the very beginning because EXRs by default will do 32-bit, and with 32 you won't have access to some options in Photoshop, so I'll usually change it to 16. For this one I'm gonna pick my magic wand, select everything that's blacked. I can go to select and similar just in case I'm missing something, and then that gives me a selection for the actual house. And if I go to my channels and I create a new channel based on selection, now I already have a saved selection of this, and now I can press Ctrl J and separate my house from the background. And so now I can actually just maybe put a very simple color background, right? We'll do gray. I want to keep this very simple when I concentrate on the concept of the house here. And so now we can sort of play with this. Now we don't really need a lot of this side parts here, so we're just gonna crop it just a little bit here like that. And I'm also going to duplicate that layer because we're gonna start working on this, so I have an extra one just in case. And you know, the main thing here is just to really enhance what we have, clean up some of the edges, make it presentable. You know, we're not really going to change the concept or anything like that, so there's really not a lot to do here. The other thing that you have to think about is, you know, what your ideal look, final look for this is. If it's going to be super realistic or more into the painterly sort of style, and that's going to determine the work that you're going to have to put in here. Or even on the texture side, 3D things, in the 3D part. So you'll have to really think about that at the beginning stages to sort of know what sort of outcome do you want. Now, in this case, we want to keep it just like that, right? We're not going to do anything crazy with this, but we're going to clean up some of the edges here. Now, I'm just going to grab some brushes here and just really paint over. Now I do want to give it a little bit, I do want to get rid a little bit of the sort of 3D look, just a little bit, right? And add a couple of things, right? So for example, I can come in here, a little bit of sort of grass that has sort of grown on top of this a little bit. And the other thing that is really important for me is to get rid of some of the very hard edges that we have. So you can see, especially on the ground here, we have this really tight edge, and you know, you can do it in many different ways, but I wanted to just kind of blur out a little bit of that and sort of give the idea there's some taller sort of grass going over it here like that. And of course we can, and this is a stage, you know, where you can really spend a lot of time. You can really go in there and really just go all out and add a lot of more detail to this and doing all that. But you also have to think how necessary it is. I'm very big on being efficient with your time, and you don't want to do things that really won't add a lot of value to your image, right? If it's really saying the same thing, even if you add something, then there's really no point of adding it, right? Now I do not, for example, I do not like that this goes to the edge here like this and here. I really don't like that personally, right? So this is just more of a personal choice. So I sort of like to have the concept sort of floating in the in the image here, in the canvas, right? And so I'm sort of adding a little bit of detail here. Nothing too crazy again. There we go. And something like that, right? And we're gonna add a little bit more of this sort of grown something like that. Now one thing that we can do is maybe we can grab this set of I don't really need to do that. We can bring more detail to, for example, the walls. Maybe this is like, maybe it has like a little bit of a dripping sort of dirt. A little bit of imperfections to this, right? We can even bring, if you want to, some, maybe there's like a little crack here. Little by little, you start adding little things, right? But again, this is one of those things where you can really spend quite a lot of time, and again, you have to measure if it's really that important to add all that. Now I'm gonna grab my Dodge and just enhance a little bit of the lighting in certain areas. So maybe here, just a little bit brighter, just to bring a little bit more contrast to there. Right. I can also add a new layer, and sort of clip it, put that on lightened, and grab maybe a soft brush. Just grab one of these neutral colors and just add a little bit to the back set of sections. Just kind of push them out a little bit. Nothing too crazy because the distance isn't really that much. But I'm gonna add another one. And for example, I do not like this shadow and light to the edge, so I'm actually just going to fill that in, just so we know exactly where this ends. Then we can merge all that. I don't like keeping too many layers that are really not adding that much. Now again, you can really go all out into this session, and you can really painting like pieces of grass and doing all that stuff. But again, you have to think if it's really that important. So for example, I could come up, maybe grab this one, add a new layer, F5 for my brushes. I'm gonna go to the angle, my rotation, Just erasing some of that. I'm just sort of placing a couple of these. I don't want to go crazy everywhere, right? I don't want to do that everywhere, but I just want to give the indication that there's some grass here. I could even grab a mixer brush, for example. And if I really wanted to just come in and paint some stuff, some new stuff in here, I could probably grab some of these and maybe add another piece of stone. Maybe make like a little walkway or something. Right. But again, these are things that I think are not super necessary, because it really, I mean, adds a little bit of the concept to the concept, but I don't think it really adds that much to validate the time that I'm gonna spend on it. And really, it's not really gonna say anything completely different with the image. So it's really up to you how much time you want to spend. Now, I think it's really a matter of choice. Now, if you have like a lot of time in your hands and you really wanna paint and just chill and just keep adding detail, put some music on and doing all that, then yeah, that's fine. But a lot of times we really don't have that luxury of time. We really don't have that much time to spend in here, and so you want to be mindful about that. I do want to add a little bit of vibrance and saturation where the light is here, just so we can push that area a little bit more, make it more, a little bit warmer and nicer. Just kind of nice touch there. And I have that layer on Color Dodge, having a low, sort of like a medium value color there, just so it doesn't go too crazy. Maybe we could even add a little bit. I think this might be too much, but we can even add a little bit of maybe there's like a little chimney in the back here, and but I personally think that might be too much. Maybe not. It's very subtle. Something simple like that, right? So yeah. So again, it's really up to you how much time you want to spend on this stage, but this is sort of like our goal to create this sort of asset. And this is mostly for presentation purposes, right? We know that we have this asset completely that we can use to fill up a village or a town or something like that, and it's pretty detailed, so we don't really have to worry about that. And we're gonna see more of that in the next stage, but for now, this is our concept for this, and I hope you enjoyed. I'll see you guys on the next chapter. Okay, so now we're gonna start entering into the last stage of this workshop, and this is pretty much using everything that we have covered so far and put it all together to create some sort of maybe like a promotional image or more of an illustration type image. Now we have created already a, a image using this building that we see here on the previous chapter, but now we want to create something a little bit more complex, right? So we created this image, which is sort of like a concept for the actual building. Nothing too fancy, and so now we want to create something a little bit more in the Illustrative, and this is some of the examples that we have done at Appsort 3D about using this kit, creating sort of like promotional images, what we like to call. And you can see some examples here that are, you know, a bit more complex. We're using more, of course, more pieces of the kit with some specific lighting and mood, and trying to tell some sort of story or mood into this over here. Now, I have made some sketches already here just to kind of get my thoughts out. Now, I don't really do a lot of, especially when I'm working in 3D, I don't do a lot of sketching in 2D because I like to actually play a lot with my composition and lighting inside the 3D software and figure out those things there, since I already have built all the assets, right? And so sometimes I just do very quickly, like you can see here, just to kind of get some thoughts on paper and just to get an idea. Now, the main idea is to have the building that we made sort of like the hero of the image. We don't want it to get lost with nature or other things, and so that's why we some of these are more successful than others based on that metric. We also I don't want particularly to be too much nature taking over the actual building, because nature, the nature parts are not really part of the kit. However, we may have to add some sort of like trees or something that we might include on you guys' sample kit, but we'll go through that as we work the actual composition. But these are just some of the ideas, and again, these sketches are not really to be posted online or just to show them off like great sketches or anything like that. This is actually just notes for me on the stuff that could be done, and we could end up with something drastically different from this, but we're gonna target something similar to some of this. And I'm thinking either the number 1 or number 3. I like also for thinking about some 100mm camera or 150mm camera, but we're gonna play with that inside the 3D just to kind of see what the options are. And then the other thing is, when I'm working my lighting, I always like to have one image that showcases sort of like the mood that I'm going for. And I sort of picked this image just because I like the softness of it. I don't want to have any drastic, super harsh lighting, like for example these over here, right? I want something more subtle, very diffuse, like these here. And I always like to have that one image to help me guide my lighting process and sort of like mood process whenever we get into the Photoshop section into this. And the theme of the image doesn't have to relate to what you're doing, right? Like this could be some sort of like sci-fi city, right? In this case, just all nature, but I'm mostly just using it as lighting and mood reference for this. So I don't want to have any constraints with the theme or subject matter of the actual image. Okay, now the way I'm gonna do this is I have my one file with the building that we made, right? I sort of have a camera here already. Now, if you don't know, you can create a camera by pressing Shift A, going into camera, create that camera, and you can see it up here. And if you click at this green button, I'm gonna move this camera to my camera collection here. And if I click this green button, you're gonna see that it changes to that camera. But I already have this camera here, and I'm gonna press N, make sure that my camera to lock to view is on, and that way I can sort of move it around if I need to. But what I want to go through some of the is some of the stuff that I'm gonna be doing here, because most of this stuff is just gonna be putting pieces into this file, and then just compiling and composing my image over here with my camera. And so the first thing is I'm gonna have my kit, and this is the full kit. You guys will have sort of like a sample kit from this that you guys can work with, and then create your own assets based on that. But I'm gonna have this on the other side, and I'm gonna pretty much just grab whatever I need and then copy from here and then pasting into my scene file over here, right? So that's pretty much most of the stuff that it's gonna happen here. So you're gonna see a lot of back and forth. And then the other things, I'm also gonna have this on the other side whenever I get into lighting, just so I can keep my guide for my lighting intact. Now for lighting specifically, there's a couple things that you can use, or I'm gonna be trying out. And then the first thing is most likely I'm gonna be using Cycles for this. And so one option that you have with Cycles is that if you go into your shader editor and then go into World, you can actually bring into your world output a HDRI. And so I already have one in here from some of them that I've gotten and downloaded through time. You can find some at HDRI Haven or any other website for free. And so you can plug those in, and you can actually have that light your scene. I'm gonna open this up here so you can see, but this particular image brings a little bit of that sort of like diffuse color, right? Or that diffuse lighting. And of course it's not the same lighting or color as this, or the same color as this, but we can always play with that in post production, right? I just want that soft lighting. Now we might explore this or experiment with this a little bit more, but I'm gonna use this as my start off point to sort of build my camera or my scene here in the camera, and then I'm gonna just pretty much start importing and creating assets to here. Now for the actual, if you look at the sketches for any ground elements like nature and stuff, I'm just gonna use very basic shapes here. So spheres and cubes, and for the trees I have something in mind that I may or may not use, but you'll see that later. And you could use stuff like Quixel or any other 3D asset that you may have that is sort of like organic. You can also bring that in. So all the nature stuff is just going to be external to the 3D kit. And so I want to let you know that I just might use extra stuff, just just like this plane, right? I might just create planes and stuff for the landscaping stuff. But the main thing for me is that I'm gonna always have this camera view, right? So I'm gonna play also with the angle a little bit and all that. But as I'm building it, I'm only gonna focus on what I see in the camera, right? And so I'm not gonna really worry anything outside of it. I want to make sure that I just build whatever I have inside my frame, and that way we don't lose any time just creating stuff that we don't really need. Now, most of this first part here is going to be, this first time lapse is going to be sort of like putting stuff together, putting the shot together. And from that, then we'll go into lighting, and we'll go through some experiments with that. And then, the rendering process that I normally use. And of course, the last part will be the Photoshop part, which we'll do in Photoshop after all this. So I'm going to start this. Again, I'm going to use my sketches as a guide, right? As I bring pieces into here. And then we'll talk whenever we get into the lighting section. Okay, so I think now we are at a good point where we can talk a little bit about lighting here. We have most of the components and the composition here. As you can see, it changed a little bit, especially because of these trees. I added these trees, and this is not from the actual kit. This is something that I created separately, but I'm actually going to give you guys the trees on your kit, so you can also play with that as well. And so I added over there maybe this sort of like a little town or village by the forest edge here, and it sort of helps me create, you know, this diagonal line here in the composition where I can open up the sky over here and then just have the trees just going up into the mountain over there. Now, right now we are using cycles, and we'll talk a little bit about lighting, but again, I think there could be some room here just to tweak things around, maybe add some props. There is of course going to be some sort of like little of a path throughout this greenery here, but I think I'm gonna do that actually in Photoshop. That might be probably the easiest way. We could really go into the 3D and, you know, play with the textures and sort of add it in and all that, but I think I can do that in Photoshop quite easier and faster. But for now, this is enough information on the scene that that I can deal with the lighting and all that. So as you can remember, you know, we have this sort of image here for our reference for lighting, and you know, I'm still a little bit open to change it, but not really. I wanna try to make sure that we stick to this, and sometimes I just put it right next to each other like this to my render, so I can sort of look at them, sort of see the values and the and what's happening in my scene in comparison to the image per se. And you know, there's a couple of things that we can sort of play with here. Of course, it's a little bit darker. It should be a little bit darker in our bottom frame here. It seems pretty bright in here. It almost seems like this, almost like dusk. Here, sort of like sunset lighting here. So the sky needs to be a little bit darker in value. And so I'm gonna play with some of those things in here. Now, since we're using cycles, we can do a couple things that normally wouldn't work in Eevee, and so we'll go through some of that. But one thing that we can do is we can actually import that image as a background plate here. So right now we are using a SGRI, which is sort of like a cloudy day here, and we can always change this, but you can see that it sort of like changes the whole lighting in our scene over here, right? And you can play with HDRIs, and you can download a bunch of them and sort of play with the actual rotation of the image and all that. And this is actually kind of cool. I actually don't mind this, and I like this one actually because of the trees that I'm getting in the back here, which is kind of cool. But I am going to go back to my other one here, and we'll stick with this to see if we can make it work. Now I'm going to import as an image as blanks, and I'm actually going to bring that reference. I'm actually gonna put it in the back here. Sort of position it in a way that I can sort of see it. Now right now, I don't mind the value in here, but the value on the ground here is not really matching. And so I can either go to my textures here on my object, and this is the texture for that plane. I normally like to put that color into the emission, and that brings it up a little bit, but I'm gonna reduce the emission strength quite a bit just so we can control it a little bit. Now, since we're using cycles, there's one thing that I like doing, and it only works with cycles, is that I'm going to create another plane. Now, this is just a standard regular plane. I'm going to rotate it 90 degrees. And I'm going to put it right by the same angle as the camera, but right behind the camera. This is my camera here. That's the camera I'm using, as you can see over here. But these, I'm going to put it right there. And I am going to create a new texture. I'm going to bring it black. And so you're going to see over here, as I'm going to rotate this plane like this, and you're gonna see what that does to my scene over here. So I'm gonna press R twice instead of, and you're gonna see, since we're working in cycles, I'm blocking some of that bounce light from the light using this plane here. And I sort of want to try to match the sort of lighting that I got going on with the background image. Now there is a few factors that you can sort of play with, right? So we have this plane, we have the plane of the actual image, but we also have our HDRI, right? We can play with all those to sort of get to where we want to be. And so I'm going to increase a little bit my strength here. Let's put 1.6. That gives us this. So I'm gonna zoom in a little bit and sort of see where we are. Now, personally, I like to go a little bit brighter on my render than what I actually want, because I can always darken things in Photoshop, and it's gonna be harder to lighten things back in Photoshop if it's too dark. And so usually I like to have a lighter scene. That normally what I would do. And for this plane, you can also change the color, change the brightness, and you can see that that's gonna make a difference on your scene, right? The other thing you can do is the same thing but opposite with a plane. So I'm going to create another plane. I'm going to bring that up. And this is actually covering quite some light, which I actually do not mind. I'm actually going to move this. And again, I'm going to duplicate it. And this one, I'm going to create a new material, and I'm going to give it some emission. Let's turn the strength up. And the color, I can actually pick one of these sort of. You can play with the colors here. I actually like the cooler hues here. It's quite nice. And so now I have a couple of new factors that are playing with my lighting here. Now what I'm liking here, the reason why I have a color, what I'm choosing a color sort of diffuse light, is that the light coming from the sky in a real situation here wouldn't be like super warm because of the position of the sun. So like, for example, if I take a look at my image here, you can see that all here, especially like even the clouds and all that, is very cool color. And so the only thing that is warm right now is sort of like where the sun is and the sky in the back. But everything else is sort of like cooler in tone, which is kind of cool, because it's reflecting all the cooler tones around the atmosphere, which is kind of nice. I don't want to make it everything is like warm, because then it's just gonna look too a little bit fake. So I'm gonna go back to my image texture. I'm gonna reduce. It's kind of a little bit blown out here. Now again, this particular image here is just for us to reference. We might not change it in post, but we want to keep an open mind. Like, it doesn't have to be exactly this, right? So I'm gonna reduce that. That's nice. That's a little bit, so like a little bit softer on that lighting there. Now you could really try. Now we have, you know, 3 different factors that are playing with our lighting, right? And we don't actually have any lights in the scenes, right? Which is a little bit kind of crazy to think about. This wouldn't work in Eevee, of course, but you know, we have this plane that is emitting light. This is blocking light. This is also blocking light. This is our back, and of course our HDRI, which is providing our main source of light. And so you can keep playing with planes, which I also like playing with. And for example, I can even bring this plane here and move it to the side. And of course, I probably won't do this, but just to show you, I'm gonna duplicate that material, and I'm gonna give it like a super warm color. And this could be maybe some artificial light source or something that is coming into the scene here. Now I could do that with regular lights or planes for these lights, but I don't want these lights to really affect my ground. This is just like very dim lights. They don't really illuminate quite a lot. So these are just for sort of like knowing the path and all that. So I'm gonna keep them the way they are, maybe like a little bit of glow or something in post, but I don't want to do something where I have too many lights going on. So for example, this here, I'm gonna pick that color. Right, and then I have something like this. Now, this is not bad. Let me actually delete this. This is actually not bad. I do like the light here on the wood, but I don't like the light here on the ground. And so we can maybe do something like this, which is very subtle. We do have we can even move it here, so we can actually have it right there and reduce this even more, 25, maybe 20. So it's sort of like a soft light there, and we don't really see that much here on the ground. Yeah, 15. Yeah, that's not bad actually. And I'm gonna create a new collection. Every time I'm creating something and duplicating it and reusing it, I make it in a collection just so my scene here doesn't get too crazy. So just a little bit of light there. Now we can always in Photoshop, if I want some light over here, we can always go back to that and add it in, but now for this one, I may just do a lower intensity one, and I'll probably have 2, so 1 for each side here, which I may not need because we don't really see that other side, so I'm just gonna delete that one just so it doesn't get too crazy here. So let's go back and see this. Like that. And so another thing that we have to be sort of aware of is that, you know, we don't need to have it super perfect from here because we still got the Photoshop part to work with, right? And so I don't want to get to a spot where I spend too much time trying to get this perfect when I could have done, that sort of post work color correcting better in Photoshop, right? But I want to make sure that everything is sort of working. And so you can tweak and play with those things as you play with your lighting. Now, once you're ready, then you're ready to render, right? And I'm gonna go through the process, which is very quick and simple, to get our file to work in Photoshop. And so what I would do is we're gonna keep it in cycles. For the noise threshold, this is on the render side of things. I always keep it 100. 100 is a good number for normal scenes. This is fine. Denoise is good. I like to click simplify there. And for color management, I have on View Transform standard. Now for the output, we're gonna get a 4K sort of image with this. So this is our ratio. This is the resolution percentage that we're gonna render it at. And for the file format, we're gonna choose OpenEXR multi-layer. That's gonna allow us to have one file, and then when we go into render passes, it's gonna have each layer as a render pass. And so the render passes that I normally use is combine, of course, which is your beauty pass, mist pass, normal, diffuse direct, glossy direct, environment, and ambient occlusion. Now some of these are depending on what you have in the scene. So in this case, we have some emission. So we're going to click emission here. And the way to check these out, if you want to see them, is that if you go here to the drop down, you can see here render pass combine. If you want to see the mist, how it looks, then we're going to be able to see it. Now this is sort of like an incomplete mist, right? We need more information. So the way to fix that is we go to the world output, and then we find mist pass here. And then these numbers you play with. So start, usually I keep it at 1, and then depth, depending on the scene, we can change these numbers. So if we choose 500, that seems to do the trick. We have enough contrast and value from the closest point to the camera to the furthest point. So this is something that I could definitely use. Maybe we can bring this to linear and see how that works. See, that could work very well. And in order to see the other render passes, you can just click here and then choose whichever you want to see. If you want to see the normals or diffuse direct. And this is actually pretty good. It sort of gives me like snow vibes. We might actually change it to that. It's kind of cool, actually. But we'll see. You can do a lot of things with all these render passes. And we'll go through that once we get into the Photoshop version, Photoshop section of this. Now, I see that I have some emission here in my grass. However, I don't want to. So we're going to go back to combine. We got our texture there, plants. Let's go to a texture here. Emission strength back to 0. We maybe have a little bit of that. Not so much. Again, most of this stuff will get painted or photo bash on top, but just to have something in there. And once you set your render passes up, you can now render your scene. And so I'm gonna render now. There are some things here that I'm looking at already. So this is looking pretty dark. All these areas are looking pretty dark, so I'm gonna play with the lighting a little bit, and if I need to add any last minute things like props or anything like that, and then we'll get into the Photoshop part. Okay, so we are here in Photoshop. This is going to be the last part of this workshop tutorial. Again, we cover everything that has to do with pretty much the 3D kit building. There's really nothing else around that, but I still wanted to make this little section here just as a bonus for just to show you guys what the possibilities could be. Again, I'm not gonna really go into a lot of detail of what I'm gonna be doing here. I just want to give a little bit preview of some of the stuff that I will be doing, and the rest is mostly going to be a time lapse. And so as you can see here, the EXR provides me with all the layers as render passes, right? And some of these are really unusable, so we can just delete those. But you can see that we have multiple options here, and we can use them in several different ways. There's a lot of tutorials out there for you know, how you can use them and stuff. But my goal for this is to sort of have the same sort of rendering style as the previous one that we have made, right? Of course, we're gonna have this as our reference. I'm actually going to copy this into here. And the reason why it looks lighter is because we are in 32. And so every time we open an EXR, we gotta go to mode 16, don't merge. And then now we can copy this into here. And now we have our image here. And this is just for reference, but right now it looks pretty close in terms of the values. Of course, I think there's quite a bit of highlights in here, which is I'm okay with that. But mainly what I'm gonna be focusing on is just to do a little bit of color correction, play with the values a little bit, especially this area down here. I want it to be just a tad darker and sort of like a gradient, so just to make that feel like it's harder for the light to get to here. And of course I have to deal with all this ground stuff, right? And I'm gonna do some photo batching up here, soften up a lot of these really hard edges just to make it nice and soft and easy to read. Right now everything is screaming super sharp edges just because of the 3D, right? But I want to soften a lot of those, and I want to concentrate the majority of my contrasts here, which is this area here, right? That's our focal point. And so again, I'm gonna play this as a time lapse, and I'll try to have it not too fast so you can actually see what's going on. And then we'll meet again with the final product. Okay, so we are here at the end. This is the final image. And just to compare, so you can see something that I mentioned earlier. This is our original render, right, from Blender. And quite the difference with, with the mood. And I decided to try and see if I could change it to having a little bit of snow falling into the environment here, instead of just without it, like the actual picture. So I want to test it out, and I sort of like it a little bit, but wanted to give that sort of change to the imagery with that. I had a couple of let's look at here. I had a couple of lights coming from the actual houses, and the snow effect and all that. But yeah, again, this is not a 2D tutorial, but wanted to throw this sort of process to show you guys what you can do with the kit. I really hope that you guys learn something from this, and that you can apply it to your own work. And we'd love to see what you guys create. Till the next one.